Chapter 51:17. Ling Zhao's words were a direct threat. It might be useless to some people, but it was useful to most of them. They might not believe all of Ling Zhao's words. But Ling Zhao dared to provoke Princess Huang Shui, dared to call her AB*TCH, and was not afraid of being killed at all. He must have a backer. They did not want to provoke such a person. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it was Mad Dogly who killed their comrades. Ling Zhao avenged them by killing Mad Dogly. There was no need for them to not let it go. In this world, no amount of reasoning was more useful than threats. Reality was like this, and there was no other way. Originally, 1/3 of the people had chosen to remain neutral, but after Ling Zhao's words, there were only a few hundred people who were still clamoring. Most of them were thinking that it was not easy to become a city guard, and there was no need to harm themselves because of this. A bunch of cowards. Seeing this, Lu Chang was furious. He looked at Zhuang Zhong and said, "Corporal, no need to talk nonsense with this kid. The four of us together are enough to take him down. The few hundred people who are willing to listen to us only need to surround this place, and Ling Zhao won't be able to escape. That's the only way." Although Zhuang Zhong's plan was good, there was a huge problem in the process of executing it. He never thought that Ling Zhao, this audacious guy, would dare to curse Princess Huang Shui. This intimidated the majority of the people. Helpless, they could only bite the bullet and do it themselves. Zhuang Zhong, Lu Mei, Lu Chang, and Han Yuan surrounded Ling Zhao from all directions. A terrifying aura burst out. It made the surrounding martial artists tremble in fear. Especially Zhuang Zhong. The aura of a peak 7th level divine physique echelon martial artist was really terrifying. But what puzzled the onlookers was that Ling Zhao, the person who bore the brunt of it, looked calm. It was as if he did not realize how terrifying his opponent was. Ling Zhao heard that these four people knew each other since a long time ago. After joining the city guard, the four of them often worked together. They were almost inseparable. They cooperated very well in battle. They once worked together to kill an early-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist. This was not an easy task. After all, there was a huge gap between level 8 and level 7. This could only mean that their combined strength was truly formidable. This was also the reason why Ling Zhao was willing to fight them. If he didn't even have this bit of strength, it would be too boring. Attack. With a solemn command, the four of them attacked Ling Zhao at the same time. Although they attacked at the same time, there were still some differences in their attack methods and attack range. However, these four people cleverly used these differences to their advantage. Han Yuan was a swordsman who was good at moving around and attacking. It could be said that his attack power was the strongest among the four. Lu Mei and Lu Chang's martial soul were both ice crystal tigers, which were good at mid-range and long-range attacks and defense. His martial soul, the single-horned rhinoceros, not only had a strong attack power, but its defense was also shocking. Once the four of them joined forces, it would indeed be very troublesome. Ice Tornado. Lu Mei and Lu Chang attacked at the same time. Several whirlwinds and icicles pierced through the void towards Ling Zhao, causing the air to instantly freeze. Furthermore, their attacks were all very tricky. One of them chose the throat, the other the heart. No matter which of the two was pierced, Ling Zhao would definitely die. The whirlwinds and icicles were not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful. If Ling Zhao didn't use the Golden Light Saint Rune, even the invincible Ape God Array might not be able to completely block it. Although the two siblings' strength is not that great in a one-on-one battle, their attack power is obviously increased when they join forces. Moreover, they almost gave up on defense and used all their strength on offense. It's really a little scary. However, that's all. Seeing that the opponents were about to attack, Ling Zhao opened his Tai Chi eye and instantly began to analyze. Let's start with the two of you. If he wanted to break the combined attack of the four of them, he had to attack the weak points. Among the four of them, Han Yuan had the strongest attack power and the fastest speed. The one with the strongest defense was Zhuang Zhong, and the one with the strongest comprehensive ability was also Zhuang Zhong. Lu Mei and Lu Chang's specialty was that the two siblings were connected by blood and could greatly increase the power of their martial souls. When the two of them were together, their attack power was already more than the sum of Han Yuan and Zhuang Zhong's attack power. However, the two of them had a weakness. When attacking, they couldn't defend, and Ling Xiao happened to grasp this weakness. Sword orb. A sword light flew out from between his eyebrows and arrived in front of Lu Chong in an instant. "Brother, be careful," Lu Mei exclaimed. She wanted to defend, but it was too late. Ling Xiao had purposely taken on their ice thorn's whirlwind so that he could attack them when they were defenseless. Chi. The sword orb directly pierced through Lu Chong's forehead. Lu Chong was killed on the spot. Then, it suddenly flew back and shot towards Lu Mei. Han Yuan's reaction was very fast. Before Lu Mei could react from the shock, he had already blocked in front of Lu Mei. Unfortunately, was it useful? Cosmic light power. Time stop. In that instant, the sword orb bypassed Han Yuan and still shot through Lu Mei's throat. When the time stopped, Lu Mei and Lu Chong had already become two cold corpses. "You dare to kill the vice-captain of the city defense army? You're really finished this time." There were two things that Zhuangzhong didn't think of. The first point was Ling Xiao's unbelievably terrifying battle prowess. The second was Ling Xiao's courage. This guy actually dared to kill the vice-captain in front of the city defense army in the Golden Region. It was simply crazy. So what if I killed them? You don't think that Huang Shui will make a big fuss over two worthless trash, right? Don't worry, that bitch will definitely not openly find trouble with me. She doesn't want to drag herself down to deal with me. She will definitely think of a more dignified reason to deal with me. That's why I said that you idiots are just pitiful worms being used by others. But even so, if you want to kill me, I won't be polite. Next, it's the two of you. Lu Mei and Lu Chong were killed. The remaining Zhuangzhong and Han Yuan were nothing. Ling Xiao had already entered the beast god's body state, and he chose the divine beast form. A ferocious blood lightning bull demon that was more than 10 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. There were two types of sacred runes on its back. One was the golden sacred rune. The other was the barbaric bull sacred rune. Ling Xiao discovered that the sacred rune actually increased the divine beast form's strength the most. Although the divine beast form couldn't use human martial skills, the physique would be greatly improved. And the barbaric bull sacred rune increased the strength by a fixed percentage. The greater the basic strength, the greater the increase. Therefore, the divine beast form of the barbaric bull sacred rune was more powerful than the divine beast form. You think you're the only one who can transform? Zhuangzhong knew that he had no way out. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his imagination, but the only thing he could do now was to fight. Beast soul transformation. A huge rhinoceros appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The single-horned rhinoceros and the blood lightning bull demon confronted each other. Then, it madly charged at the opponent. Chapter 51:18. That Ling Xiao was too complacent. He thought he killed Lu Mei and Lu Chong with a trick. He dared to fight with the corporal in terms of strength. He's courting death. The martial artist who supported Zhuangzhong snorted coldly in the crowd. That's right. After the corporal transforms, his strength is simply terrifying. He can easily tear his opponent apart. But as soon as they said that, their voices came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, the blood lightning bull demon had sent the single-horned rhinoceros flying. Not only that, but the single-horned rhinoceros was also covered in blood. It couldn't maintain its beast form and returned to Zhuangzhong's original appearance. At this moment, Zhuangzhong struggled with all his might. In the end, he stopped breathing and died on the spot. When Han Yuan saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was too powerful. He was so powerful that Han Yuan couldn't summon the will to fight. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao looked at Han Yuan and asked coldly. I admit defeat. Han Yuan said in horror. This time, it's all Lu Mei and Zhuangzhong's doing. I was just dragged in. The so-called evidence was also fabricated by Lu Mei. I can prove it. Hearing Han Yuan's words, the crowd sighed. Many people who were fooled were glad that they didn't go crazy with Zhuangzhong. Ling Xiao was about to say something when he suddenly looked into the distance. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. Someone shouted from far away. Huang Shui's arrival this time was actually an open and above-board visit. It seemed that she had a more legitimate excuse. Everyone except Ling Xiao knelt down to welcome Huang Shui's arrival. Ling Xiao still stood there. looking coldly at the people in front of him. He was thinking about the reason for Huang Xue's arrival. Was it to settle scores? Or was it something else? Her Highness the Princess, Ling Xiao killed our corporal and 2 vice-captains. Seeing Huang Xue arrive, some of Zhuang Zhong's loyal followers mustered up their courage and shouted, because they felt that their opportunity had come. Since Huang Xue had a grudge against Ling Xiao, she would definitely use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Of course, this was usually the case. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. He was a talent chosen by the Golden King. It would have a very important impact on the future of the Golden Martial Kingdom. If Huang Xue used this kind of inexplicable reason to make a move on Ling Xiao, it was completely unjustifiable. It would have a great impact on her future. Why would he do that? Huang Xue asked coldly. That's because the corporal said that Ling Xiao was Mad Dog Li's accomplice and wanted to capture Ling Xiao. That person explained. Do you have any evidence? Huang Xue asked. This, we don't know either. That person started to feel confused. Why didn't this princess Huang Xue take the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao? Then let this princess tell you. Sergeant Zhuang Zhong, Vice-Captains Liu Mei and Liu Chang took revenge for a personal matter, fabricating facts to frame Ling Xiao. He even forcefully dragged Han Wen into this. They deserve to die. Even if Ling Xiao doesn't kill them, this princess will kill them. Huang Xue had a righteous look on her face. This confused Ling Xiao. Did this woman change her personality? That's impossible. There must be a deeper conspiracy behind her actions. Ling Xiao really admired this woman. If she continued to frame him, Ling Xiao would definitely be able to take out evidence to rebut her and embarrass her. However, this woman actually did this, causing the evidence that Ling Xiao had prepared to go to waste. He sighed softly and released the cultivator that he had kept in the Qingkuan realm. The poison in the cultivator's body had already been removed. He also knew the truth of the matter. The moment he was released, he accused Liu Mei of her ugly actions. This made Han Wen feel very fortunate. Luckily, he had told the truth in advance. Otherwise, he would have been unlucky as well. All right, that's the truth. Since Zhuang Zhong is dead, your team's corporal will be Ling Xiao in the future. As for the vice-captain candidate, it will be decided by Ling Xiao himself. Huang Xue said until here. She glanced at Ling Xiao and said, You follow me. I have something to say to you. Ling Xiao smiled. This woman could really cause trouble. However, he would just quietly watch how the other party was going to posture. He followed Huang Xue to the side. A table and chairs had already been placed there. Please have a seat. Huang Xue sat down first. Then, she gestured for Ling Xiao to sit. However, what made her feel awkward was that Ling Xiao had already sat down. A hint of displeasure flashed across Huang Xue's eyes. However, it was concealed very quickly. Today, let's not beat around the bush. The person who ordered the assassins to assassinate you last night was me. The person who ordered Zhuang Zhong and them to make a move on you was also me. The words that Huang Xue suddenly said made Ling Xiao rather surprised. This woman actually suddenly laid her cards on the table. What on earth did she want to do? Don't be so surprised. After last night's incident, I see it clearly. You are a very talented person. It's no wonder that King Father likes you. Hence, I also hope that we can get along peacefully. How about we let bygones be bygones? Huang Xue continued. If your highness really wants to, of course we can. As the saying went, it was better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Ling Xiao also didn't want to have so many enemies. However, there was a hidden meaning in his words. He didn't believe that Huang Xue would let go of her hatred. It's normal that Brother Ling doesn't believe me. However, time reveals a person's heart. Brother Ling will know my painstaking efforts sooner or later. From today onwards, I will do my best to help you and help you gain a foothold in the Golden Martial Nation. I only have one request. When you achieve great success in the future, please support me to become the queen of the Golden Martial Nation. Huang Xue's attitude was very sincere. If Ling Xiao hadn't seen so many two-faced people like her, he might really have believed her. Then I will thank Princess Huang Xue first, Ling Xiao said with a smile, who didn't know how to act. Since they were going to act, everyone just had to act. Huang Xue continued, Now, there is a very good opportunity to raise your status again. You also know that in the Golden region, The corporal's monthly salary is 100 top-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, the city defense commander's salary is 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The difference is huge. Top-grade spirit stones are a necessity for cultivation. It's also a necessity for purchasing items. The Marshall City defense commander has been missing for many years. I have decided to choose a new one. However, if I directly appoint you, I'm afraid there will be people who won't accept it. Hence, 1 week later, there will be a competition in the outer circle of the 12 cities. Whoever obtains the final victory will be the city defense commander. I'm telling you this in advance because I hope that you will be prepared. Thank you, Your Highness, for your nurturing. Ling Xiao will definitely not disappoint you. Ling Xiao hurriedly cupped his hands. However, there was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. As long as he believed that a person wasn't worthy of his trust, then no matter what this person did, he would consider it from the perspective of a conspiracy. This way, he wouldn't be hurt. All right. Wang Shui stood up and suddenly grabbed Ling Xiao's hand lightly. She said, I have high hopes for you. Father has always wanted to find a good husband for me. I think you are not bad. It's just that you don't have any status now, and your strength is a little weak. It's a pity. I have offended you before. If you want to punish me, why don't you marry me? Then, you can punish me as you wish. Speaking of this, Wang Shui even threw a coquettish glance at Ling Xiao. It was quite charming. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 51:19. Huang Shui's words gave Ling Xiao goosebumps all over his body. This woman really dared to say anything. No wonder she was doing better than Huang Yu. It's time to go. By the way, Yu is a good girl, but don't harm her. The closer you get to her, the more dangerous she will be. That's all I have to say. I hope you can come out on top in the competition for the position of City Guard Commander. Goodbye. Huang Shui smiled and left with her men. What she left behind was a scene of drama. This woman is too shameless. She really dares to say anything. Yu Fenghua's pretty face was cold as she said coldly, when an impulsive wild boar turns into a cunning fox, it's indeed harder to deal with. But it's still a wild beast. It can't beat a hunter. Don't worry. How could those flowery words of hers deceive me? The so-called competition for the position of City Guard Commander is just another trap for me. Ling Xiao sneered. Then what should we do? Refuse to participate? Long Chen asked. Refuse? Why should I refuse? Don't forget my purpose in coming to the Golden Martial Kingdom. I want to take root in the eternal divine realm as soon as possible. The position of City Guard Commander isn't high, but it's not low either. I'll have some power. Moreover, I have a monthly salary of 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and more cultivation resources than ordinary soldiers. There are 5 of us. I have to pursue more benefits. Ling Xiao knew that there were tigers in the mountain, but he still wanted to go there. There was nothing to be afraid of. The joy of breaking through the situation was also a kind of enjoyment. He liked to do things that could make the enemy unhappy. For now, he had to secure the position of corporal. Just as he was thinking about how to establish his authority, Chunchi suddenly came to report that the chief deputy commander had arrived. Chunchi was the city guard soldier Ling Xiao had saved. Since then, Chunchi had been grateful to Ling Xiao. That was why he hurried over to report. Chief deputy commander? Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that it would not be easy for him to become a corporal. Although Huang Shui, that cunning woman, had given herself the title of a corporal, in reality, she had stirred up the dissatisfaction of many people. For example, the chief vice commander. Zhuangzhong was one of his men. Ling Xiao had killed Zhuangzhong. Not only was he not punished, but he was also promoted to sergeant. How could he accept this? In this matter, he would definitely not let it go so easily. Having figured this out, Ling Xiao felt much calmer. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. If the enemy came, just fight. Xiao, let me be your helper this time. I can share some of your troubles. Yu Fenghua said. That's fine. I'm sure there's more than one enemy. I'll have to trouble you then. Ling Xiao did not refuse. He was convinced that flowers in a greenhouse could not grow tall. Therefore, when his power grew in the future, a few of his companions would have to share some of his responsibilities appropriately. After letting Yu Fenghua out, Ling Xiao went to meet the chief vice commander. There was only one commander in Martial City, but there were 6 vice commanders. Chief Vice Commander Qi Hong was the strongest among the 6. He was also the one closest to becoming a commander. Even the martial artists in Martial City's city defense camp had long regarded Qi Hong as a commander. Now, Huang Shui had suddenly announced that there would be an open selection for the commander of Martial City's city defense army. This made Qi Hong feel uncomfortable. However, she was a princess. He could not afford to offend her. At this moment, Ling Xiao's name entered his ears. He could not offend Princess Huang Shui, but could he not offend Ling Xiao? If he wanted to be a corporal, he had to ask if he agreed. Of course, because of Huang Shui's order, he could not act directly. Therefore, he had to think of a way within the rules to force Ling Xiao to back off. Qi Heng's method was to follow Huang Shui's example. Ling Xiao, it's hard for people to accept your position as a corporal. There are many experts in the city defense army who want to take the position from you. I can't stop them. Therefore, I'll give you 1 day to prepare. Tomorrow, there will be an open competition for the corporal's position in the city defense army's military drill ground. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. The people competing for the corporal's position are all as strong as Zhuangzhong. As long as you have the ability to defeat them, the corporal's position will be yours. Wrapped in righteousness, Qi Hong left after he finished speaking. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. It just so happened that his hands were itching these days. In order to consolidate his current cultivation, he had to find some experts to practice with. Qi Heng's method was to his liking. At first, he was thinking about how to intimidate these 3,000 soldiers. However, it seemed that there was no need to think about it now. As long as he passed this test, no one would dare to disobey him. After Qi Hong left, Ling Xiao returned to his residence. Everyone continued to cultivate. Ling Xiao continued to study the Saint Runes. The Golden Light Saint Rune was already at great accomplishment. It would be very difficult to improve it further. The Barbaric Bull Saint Rune was only at small accomplishment. It needed to be used continuously in battle to improve it. Ling Xiao planned to learn a new Saint Rune. After a few battles, he found that the Saint Rune was very helpful in battle. It would be best to learn more. Anyway, he had 3 avatars. Together with his original body, he could cultivate at the same time. The experience gained from cultivation or learning could be integrated into his original body. It would not waste any time. The next Saint Runes that Ling Xiao wanted to learn were the Light Body Saint Rune and the Spirit Gathering Saint Rune. The Light Body Saint Rune and the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune were similar in that they could increase a martial artist's speed. The Spirit Gathering Saint Rune's effect was similar to the Spirit Gathering formation. Moreover, it could be stacked. The difference was that the Spirit Gathering formation could not be moved. Once the Spirit Gathering Saint Rune was engraved on a martial artist's body, it would be effective no matter where the martial artist went. Even at small accomplishment, the Grade 1 Spirit Gathering Saint Rune could increase the effect of cultivation by 50%. To them, this was extremely important. Ling Xiao knew very well that strength was the key to gaining a foothold in the eternal divine realm. Without strength, everything else was in vain. No matter how smart you were, if you were killed, you would be done for. The next day came quickly. Ling Xiao had already successfully studied the 2 types of saint inscriptions and had even reached the small success stage. This way, he would have a better chance of winning the battle. Ling Xiao knew very well that Qi Hong would not let him take the position of corporal so easily. Therefore, the people he found would not be weak. It would be good if they could increase their fighting strength. The corporal selection was not a big deal. Usually, all they needed was the approval of the chief deputy commander. But this time, because of Huang Shui's order, the position of corporal leader became very popular. The impact was great. On this day, the crimson sun rose and shone its light on the earth. The entire martial city was in a hubbub. It was especially noisy and lively. It seemed that Qi Hong had really put a lot of thought into this matter. Chapter 51:20. That Qi Hong spread the news so that even Princess Huang Shui can't change the result. Qin Shi followed beside Ling Xiao and said, this time, he picked a lot of experts from the city defense army. The weakest one is at the peak of the 7th level divine physique echelon. Their combat power is stronger than their dignity. Don't worry. I know that today's matter won't be easy. I'm already mentally prepared. Ling Xiao nodded. Qi Heng took the initiative to bring up this matter to teach him a lesson. If he sent some trash, how could he teach him a lesson? If he couldn't even think of this difficulty, he wouldn't be Ling Xiao anymore. In order to make this selection as fair as possible, Qi Heng relaxed the conditions after picking some experts. Instead, all martial artists from the Martial City's City Defense Army were eligible to participate in the selection. This way, no one could say anything about it. When Ling Xiao arrived at the military field, it was already packed with people. Many martial artists were chatting excitedly. Their desire for the position of sergeant could be seen from between their brows. On the spectator stand not far away, Ling Xiao saw two familiar figures. One was Huang Yu, and the other was Huang Shui. Both of them were actually here for today's selection. Both of them looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. However, Ling Xiao could still tell one was sincere, and the other was hypocritical. Huang Yu floated up like a white crane and landed beside Ling Xiao. "Are you confident?" she asked. "More or less." Ling Xiao smiled. "You know that Qi Heng is messing with you, but you still want to participate. I'm sure you're confident. I won't say much. I wish you success." Huang Yu was an exceptionally intelligent woman. She had long seen through the knack of this. The reason why she didn't stop him was because she believed that Ling Xiao had a way to solve it. Moreover, this was also a chance for Ling Xiao to grow quickly. She shouldn't stop him. While the two of them were talking, Qi Heng and the others on the spectator stand looked at them with a gloomy face. Looks like the rumors are true. This Ling Xiao didn't just get Princess Huang Yu's favor. Now, even Princess Huang Shui is supporting him. Beside Qi Heng were the other 5 deputy commanders. One of them was his sister, Qi Yu. The two of them worked together to control the city defense army. Otherwise, Qi Heng wouldn't be able to become the chief deputy commander so easily. Qi's words, Qi Huang Shui's face became even gloomier. "Humph. I'll humiliate him in front of these 2 people today. How dare he kill Zhuangzhong? I want him to pay the price. I'm afraid you're still jealous." Qi Yu said. Qi Shui use you. The 2 princesses of the martial kingdom were extremely charming. They were goddesses in the hearts of countless martial artists. Shui Qi Heng was Yu. In the past, he felt that his status was low and he couldn't reach them. Therefore, he didn't have any improper thoughts. He only thought that being able to do something for the 2 princesses was already an extremely happy thing. However, Ling Xiao's appearance made him lose his composure. The 2 goddesses in his heart actually showed kindness to Ling Xiao. The things that he couldn't get after working so hard were obtained by a piece of trash. How could he tolerate this? In addition, Zhuangzhong was killed by Ling Xiao. This completely ignited the anger in his heart. "Yichun, are you ready? Your enemy is that Ling Xiao. I don't care about others, but you must kill this Ling Xiao. Fists and legs have no eyes, and swords are merciless. I believe that the 2 princesses won't have anything to say about his accidental death." Qi Heng looked at the other person beside him and said, Yichun was Qi Heng's #1 fierce general. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Moreover, he possessed a powerful divine martial spirit, the sword god martial spirit. Although it was only a low-level divine martial spirit, it was much more powerful than ordinary martial spirits. In the entire city defense army, no warrior with the same cultivation level was his opponent. This Yichun once defeated Zhuangzhong and the other 3 in one move. It was also because of this that Qi Heng chose him. In order to be foolproof, Qi Heng also chose some warriors who were as strong as Zhuangzhong or stronger than Zhuangzhong to weaken Ling Xiao. By the time Ling Xiao fought with Yichun, he would be very weak. Anyway, the arrangement and order of the battle was arranged by him. It was too easy for him to tamper with it. I hope that this Ling Xiao won't let me down. If he is defeated before I meet him, it will be boring. Yichun sneered. Silence. Qi Heng suddenly stood up and roared. The chaotic scene suddenly became quiet. All the spectators and contestants looked in the direction of Qi Heng. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. The registration period has ended. There are more than 500 people participating in the selection this time. Now, everyone come forward and draw lots. Those with the same number will be your opponent. Chi Hung said loudly, "This selection is fair and just. Therefore, after the results are out, no one can question it. Let's begin." As his voice fell, everyone stepped forward and drew lots. There was more than one number box. Therefore, drawing lots didn't take too long. At this moment, Huang Yu had already returned to her seat and sat beside Huang Shui. "Little sister, you can't have fallen for Ling Xiao, right? Why are you so concerned about him? Aren't you not interested in the throne?" Huang Shui smiled faintly and said, "Moreover, you should also know that this selection is Qi Heng's trap. I'm afraid that your Mr. Right will be at a disadvantage." Huang Yu already knew that Huang Shui was trying to rope in Ling Xiao, but she didn't need to worry about it. After the Divine Rune Sect's ruins, Huang Yu knew that Ling Xiao was much smarter than her. In terms of scheming, Huang Shui might not be able to outplay Ling Xiao. "Elder sister, you and I are both sensible people. There's no need to say those hypocritical words. I know that you want to scheme against Ling Xiao, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Your design might instead become a stepping stone for Ling Xiao's meteoric rise," Huang Yu said indifferently. Huang Shui faintly frowned in front of Huang Yu's calmness. Soon after, she sneered. Since she had decided on a plan, she wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to escape. This time, she would kill Ling Xiao no matter what. If Ling Xiao was killed in the selection, it would be exactly what she wanted. If not, then the selection of the city guard captain would become the key. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could pass through these two stages in a row. On the other side, although Huang Yu was confident in Ling Xiao, she still frowned. Seeing him, she still frowned. Yi Chan was the successor that Qi Hong had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. If Qi Hong became the captain, he would be appointed as the vice-captain. It was enough to see how powerful this person was. That was a quasi-deputy commander. Sending him to participate in the selection was simply to target Ling Xiao. No matter what, I hope he can win. Huang Yu couldn't do anything at this moment. She could only wait. At this moment, the numbers had already been drawn. Ling Xiao was number 16, and Yu Fanghua was number 109. Yu Fanghua's mission was to help Ling Xiao clear out the obstacles. If the two drew the same number, it would be meaningless. Fortunately, Qi Hung didn't know Yu Fanghua, so he didn't know about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Yu Fanghua. Otherwise, he would have definitely interfered. Chapter 51-21. As the numbers were drawn, the battles began at the same time. There were 10 arenas on the drill ground, and 10 battles began at the same time. There was no pause in between. After one battle ended, the second battle would begin immediately. Qi Hung called out Ling Xiao. 20 people from the first group jumped into the ring. This caused the audience and contestants to cheer. Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and did not join in the fun. As time passed, the battle gradually came to an end. The difference in strength between the martial artists was huge, and the victor was decided in an instant. The victorious man let out an excited roar. Those who failed were dejected. However, the battle would not stop because of their victory or defeat. The battle continued. Soon, it was Ling Xiao's turn. Ling Xiao was number 16, so they didn't have to wait too long. Number 16, Ling Xiao, Zhang Tai, onto stage 1. As this voice rang out, many people's gazes were focused on arena number 1. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, Ling Xiao had killed Zhuang Zhong and was appointed as a corporal by Princess Huang Shui. Qi Hong had already spread the news. 33 quickest mobile terminal : / as a result, Ling Xiao had almost become a celebrity in Martial City. However, his reputation was not very good. The second reason was because of Zhang Tai. Among the martial artists participating in the selection this time, Zhang Tai was absolutely ranked at the forefront. Although Zhang Tai was also at the peak of the 7th level divine physique echelon like Zhuang Zhong, he was much stronger than Zhuang Zhong. Of the other candidates, not many were willing to meet Zhang Tai. Ling Xiao's luck is pretty good. He actually met Zhang Tai in the first battle. He's going to lose for sure. Zhang Tai defeated Zhuang Zhong in one move. He's not someone that trash Zhuang Zhong can compare to. There's something fishy about this. Zhang Tai is a major and has 5 corporals under his command. Why are you participating in the selection? Why do you care so much? I'm happy. Anyway, that Ling Xiao is going to lose for sure. Voices of discussion rose and fell. Obviously, no one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. Although they felt that Zhang Tai's action was a little strange, it didn't violate the rules. Others wouldn't have anything to say. Qiheng. Oh Qiheng. In order to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, you're actually willing to let a captain participate in the selection. You're really something. Wang Yu looked at Qiheng and sneered. Qiheng smiled and said, Your Highness, you have wronged me. Zhang Tai has a good relationship with that Zhuangzhong. He probably just wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. He didn't break any rules, so I can't stop him. Otherwise, it would be an unfair match. Be careful that you don't get the position of corporal and lose a major instead. Wang Yu snorted coldly and said nothing more. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already jumped into the ring. He did not know Zhang Tai. However, from the discussions of the people around them, they could also make out some of it. This Zhang Tai wasn't an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. He was definitely more difficult to deal with than Zhuangzhong. But so what? A mere martial artist at the 7th level of the divine physique echelon wants to stop me, Ling Xiao, from advancing. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Qiheng looked at the number 1 combat ring, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Yi Chen sighed and said, Chief, you've already sent Zhang Tai. Why do you need me? That kid can't win against Zhang Tai. At this moment, Zhang Tai had already stepped into the ring. He was dressed in black. Between his eyebrows, there was a murderous aura, but also a hint of contempt. Hee, Boss Qiheng is really too much. Why do you need me to participate in this kind of trash? Kid, it's your bad luck to have met me today. Zhang Tai sneered. He waved his hand and 2 katanas appeared in his hands. Ling Xiao had seen these katanas before. The ninjas of the Sky Dragon continent had these kinds of weapons. They were narrower than ordinary katanas, but their sharpness was not inferior at all. Moreover, this guy was actually using 2 katanas. Using 2 katanas was different from using 2 katanas to fight. Although it couldn't release 2 martial skills at the same time like Ling Xiao, the degree of coordination was much higher than using 2 katanas to fight. Ling Xiao looked at Zhang Tai indifferently and said, Casually working for others will put your life on the line. Zhang Tai sneered and said, You're quite arrogant. However, the one who will die today will be you. A mere mid-stage, 6th-level divine physique echelon trash. You can't even compare to the most ordinary soldier in the city defense army. The instant the referee gave the order to start, Zhang Tai couldn't wait to pounce on Ling Xiao. He was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. He couldn't wait to finish the mission immediately. This was because he was very unhappy with Ling Xiao's words. Zhang Tai came into the ring to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't have any intention of showing mercy in this attack. The martial soul behind him was released. It was actually a katana martial soul. Although it was only an ordinary martial soul, it was very suitable for him. The power of the martial soul caused the 2 katanas in his hands to increase greatly. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely sharp. This was an extremely terrifying sword attack. Even an early-stage 8th-level divine physique echelon martial artist wouldn't dare to be careless. Not to mention Ling Xiao. Huang Yu was very nervous. She grabbed the armrest of the chair, and her face was a little pale. As for Yu Fenghua, she was calm as usual, because she understood Ling Xiao better. Ling Xiao had already entered the beast god's body state. A mere Zhang Tai couldn't possibly be his opponent. Under the attention of many people, facing the sharp sword aura, Ling Xiao gently raised his left hand. He didn't underestimate his opponent. Facing Zhang Tai, he directly entered the beast god's body state, and his left hand was wearing the sky-covering blood hand. That was an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns, and the 2 katanas in Zhang Tai's hands were merely emperor weapons with 1 divine dragon pattern. His advantage was extremely huge. You're actually barehanded? Seeing Ling Xiao raise his left hand, Zhang Tai was stunned. The color of the sky-covering blood hand was almost exactly the same as the palm, so if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell. So much so that Zhang Tai thought that Ling Xiao was going to take his attack barehanded. Since you're courting death, that's even better. You'll save me a lot of energy. After being stunned for a moment, Zhang Tai's face bloomed with a cold smile. His speed suddenly increased. Ding! Amidst Zhang Tai's angry roar, Ling Xiao's left hand actually grabbed both of Zhang Tai's katanas at the same time in a strange way. What an idiot. Do you think my katanas are so easy to grab? Zhang Tai's face revealed a sinister smile. However, in the next moment, his sinister smile suddenly stopped. The violent force stopped in an instant. First, domain name, please remember _3. It wasn't the shocking scene that everyone imagined. Because Ling Xiao's left hand firmly grabbed the two katanas. He actually didn't move at all. Impossible. You're grabbing my emperor weapon with your bare hands. Zhang Tai was extremely shocked, and his face changed drastically. A wave of fear rose in his heart. This Ling Xiao might be much more terrifying than he imagined. He had miscalculated. Zhang Tai, who felt the great danger, was not willing to surrender just like that. He instantly pushed his divine essence to the limit. The two katanas began to vibrate violently, as if they wanted to cut Ling Xiao's palm into pieces. 33 first. That katana seemed to be able to escape at any time. Everyone says that you're stronger than Zhuangzhong, but in my opinion, you're just OSO. Break for me. Ling Xiao's left hand suddenly exerted force. Crack. A crisp sound rang out, and the katana in Zhang Tai's hand actually broke into several pieces. Chapter 51:22. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Then I'll return it to you. Before Zhang Tai could recover from the shock of the broken Tai Dao, Ling Xiao sneered. Then, he threw the broken blade in his hand. The Saint Barbaric Bull rune on his body glowed, and the force of the throw was much stronger. The broken blade hit Zhang Tai, and he fell onto the arena. He couldn't move anymore. The military drill field instantly quieted down. Other than those who were fighting in the arena, almost everyone was dumbfounded by the scene. The battle between Ling Xiao and Zhang Tai was too short. Many people only saw Zhang Tai charging at Ling Xiao with his blade, and in the next moment, Zhang Tai's blade shattered. Then, Zhang Tai was killed by the broken blade. The whole process didn't take more than 5 seconds. Many people had a new evaluation of Ling Xiao's strength. They originally thought that Ling Xiao was just lucky to be able to kill Zhuangzhong. After all, Zhuangzhong also underestimated his opponent. However, today, they witnessed the scene of Ling Xiao killing Zhang Tai with their own eyes. They finally believed that Ling Xiao was someone with true strength, someone who was truly terrifying. Perhaps, only martial artists in the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon could pose a threat to Ling Xiao. Huang Yu was also stunned for a moment, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. She originally thought that Ling Xiao was just a scheming person who was good at the Saint Rune art. Now, she finally understood that Ling Xiao's strength was not bad. Moreover, his talent was simply terrifying. He could easily defeat a martial artist in the peak 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon with his mid-stage 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon cultivation. It was quite terrifying. Perhaps, he had unintentionally recruited a true talent for the Golden Martial Kingdom this time. At the judges' table, Qi Hong, who was gloating, had an ugly expression on his face. Zhang Tai, that trash, he said coldly. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I really underestimated Ling Xiao. Qi Yu also said with a cold expression, I didn't expect him to defeat Zhang Tai so easily. Yi Chen was also stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Now that's interesting. If you don't even have this ability, then you really can't arouse my fighting spirit. Yi Chen, don't be too happy. Zhang Tai, that trash, was probably defeated so easily because he underestimated his opponent. There are people who are more powerful than Zhang Tai. Let's wait and see. Qi Heng's face was still gloomy. Ling Xiao defeating Zhang Tai was indeed beyond his expectations. Furthermore, not only did she defeat him, she actually killed him. This was not giving him any face at all. However, he didn't want to get angry yet. Ling Xiao killing Zhang Tai gave him a reason to kill Ling Xiao. At that time, whether it was Huang Yu or Huang Shui, they would have nothing to say. Although it was shocking that Ling Xiao had killed Zhang Tai, the selection still had to continue. Soon, it was Yu Fenghua's turn. Yu Fenghua's cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 8th level Divine Physique Echelon. Her opponent was also a peak 7th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. There was a great disparity in their strength. The other party only lasted 3 moves in the hands of Yu Fenghua before he was defeated. Yu Fenghua hadn't even used her true strength. This woman is even stronger than Ling Xiao. Huang Shui couldn't help but be stunned. She had seen Yu Fenghua in the ruins. At that time, Yu Fenghua was cultivating a secret technique, so she only caught a glimpse of her. Her impression of Yu Fenghua was only that she was beautiful. She was the only beauty in the world that surpassed her and Huang Yu. Even a woman like her couldn't help but fall in love with her. It wasn't until today that she realized that this woman wasn't just a flower vase. Her cultivation had already reached the 8th level Divine Physique Echelon. Yet, she was much younger than her. After Yu Fenghua went up for a few more rounds, it was Ling Xiao's turn again. Ling Xiao, Hu Dao. When this voice rang out, everyone's gaze turned to Ling Xiao again. It's actually another captain, and this Hu Dao's cultivation has already reached the 8th level Divine Physique Echelon. Although he has just broken through, it's far from what Zhang Tai can compare to. Isn't Ling Xiao's luck too bad? Is it luck? I feel that there's something fishy about this. It's as if someone is purposely messing with Ling Xiao. I don't dare to talk nonsense. Be careful not to lose your head. Everyone was discussing and staring at the arena at the same time. In the previous battle between Ling Xiao and Zhang Tai, many people didn't see what exactly happened before the battle ended. So this time, they must see it clearly. In the arena, Hu Dao held a long saber and looked at Ling Xiao coldly and vigilantly. Obviously, Zhang Tai's defeat taught him a lesson. He felt that he couldn't underestimate his opponent. Before his breakthrough, he was on par with Zhang Tai. After his breakthrough, he had the combat power to crush Zhang Tai. However, because the breakthrough was too short, he hadn't fully adapted to this kind of combat power. So he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Begin. Following the judge's command, Hu Dao instantly released his martial soul. It was also a weapon martial soul, an exquisite battle saber. The moment the battle saber martial soul was released, he quickly activated his divine essence and condensed it into the battle saber. He was fully alert against Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have the intention to attack. Instead, he hooked his finger at Hu Dao and said, "Come, I'll give you 3 moves." Of course, the so-called giving 3 moves wasn't because Ling Xiao was arrogant. It was mainly because he was afraid that once he made a move, he would win easily. It was meaningless for him to hone his combat skills. Although Hu Dao's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th level Divine Physique Echelon, to be honest, he wasn't much stronger than Zhang Tai. Under Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye, his entire body was full of flaws. Hateful. Ling Xiao's contempt infuriated Hu Dao. He roared and pounced toward Ling Xiao like a thunderclap. "Let me tell you, I'm not Zhang Tai. Don't compare me with that kind of trash." The battle saber tore through the void and ruthlessly slashed toward Ling Xiao's neck. The swift and fierce aura made the surrounding martial artists watching the battle feel a chill. When the battle saber was about to land on Ling Xiao's neck, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared. The battle saber directly slashed on the arena. A deep crack appeared on the arena made of bluestone slabs. Hu Dao's entire body trembled. If Ling Xiao launched a surprise attack on him at this moment, he would be dead. "Don't worry. I said I'll give you 3 moves, so I'll give you 3 moves. Within these 3 moves, I won't fight back. I'll only defend or dodge." Ling Xiao's voice sounded from behind Hu Dao. Hu Dao suddenly turned around and put some distance between them. His breathing also became hurried. This guy. He clenched his teeth. Through this exchange, he already knew that he wasn't Ling Xiao's match. However, Ling Xiao was actually arrogant and wanted to give him a handicap of 3 moves. This was an opportunity for him. Again. Hu Dao charged forward again. This time, his speed was faster than the previous time, and the power he brought was also more terrifying. The battle saber in his hand emitted a dazzling saber light. He wasn't recklessly attacking directly. Instead, he thought of a strategy to deal with it. Especially after knowing that Ling Xiao's speed was extraordinarily fast, he would target this point and launch an attack. the fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 51:23. Cage Slash. He realized how terrifying Ling Xiao's movement technique was. Hu Dao thought carefully about his strategy. The cage slash wasn't very powerful, but it had one advantage. It could lock onto the enemy instantly. It could form a cage around the enemy so that the enemy couldn't escape. Then, the battle saber could kill the enemy through the gaps in the cage. You didn't expect this, did you? What's the use of being fast? The sharp battle saber pierced through the gaps in the cage and stabbed Ling Xiao. Hu Dao's expression was extremely ferocious. However, in the next moment, the ferocious expression turned into fear. His battle saber didn't seem to have stabbed a human body. Instead, it seemed to have stabbed some kind of metal that was stronger than his battle saber. Ling Xiao's physical defense was extremely strong. Coupled with the effect of the golden light saint pattern, his defense was basically invincible under the divine soul realm. Unless he had a special Dharma treasure or a secret technique that could ignore defense. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to kill Ling Xiao. Obviously, Hu Dao didn't have that ability. This move is not bad. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. You still have one chance to attack. Come on. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Hu Dao was extremely frightened and flustered. Hu Dao, are you still a captain? Qi Heng's cold voice sounded. Hu Dao was so scared that his whole body trembled. He knew Qi Heng too well. If he lost today's battle, he would definitely be punished by Qi Heng. He might even be killed. Calm down. My combat strength is enough to kill my opponent. I just didn't find the right way, he told himself. Then, he returned to his original position. He couldn't attack recklessly for the last attack. He had to think of a way to kill Ling Xiao. At the very least, he had to knock Ling Xiao out of the arena. That way, he could finally give Qi Heng an explanation. That's right, he's a major general, and he was in the early stage of the 8th level of the divine body realm. If he couldn't win, even if Ling Xiao gave him 3 moves, he would really be a loser. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. He began to accumulate all of his divine energy on his saber. In terms of absolute quantity, the divine origin of an early-stage 8th-level divine body echelon cultivator far surpassed Zhang Tai. As long as this attack landed, he didn't believe that it wouldn't have any effect on Ling Xiao. At the very least, he had to send his opponent flying. Kill. There was no time for him to let his imagination run wild. He launched his final attack. All the power was concentrated on this sword. He had given up all his defenses and speed. He walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. Under normal circumstances, such an attack was impossible because the opponent wouldn't just stand there and let you hit them. Giving up on defense was equivalent to giving up on life. However, today's situation was special. Ling Xiao had said that he would allow him 3 moves, and now he had experienced it firsthand. Ling Xiao wasn't underestimating him, but he wanted to use him to become stronger. Since that was the case, Ling Xiao would not dodge this attack. This was his only chance. When people were forced into a corner, their brains were still pretty good. Hu Dao guessed correctly. Facing this attack that anyone could dodge, Ling Xiao didn't. Instead, he went forward. Boom. The moment the fist collided with the saber, the entire arena cracked. A terrifying storm engulfed an area of 10 meters. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. It was a mess. The power of an early-stage 8th-level divine body, echelon cultivator's full-force attack really can't be underestimated. Ling Xiao's voice was heard in the storm. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured without using the golden light saint rune. Moreover, the injury wasn't light. However, at the same time, the cultivation in his body became more solid and stable. This was his goal. Only in this way could he become stronger. 3 moves have passed. It's time to end this. The storm didn't stop, and a figure flew out. When Hu Dao lost all his strength, he was kicked out of the arena by Ling Xiao. Although the arena was shattered, it didn't collapse completely. Hu Dao didn't die, but he was completely unconscious. The surroundings of the arena fell into a dead silence again. Once again, he was defeated with 1 move. Hu Dao, who was much stronger than Zhang Tai, actually suffered the same fate. After 3 moves, he still couldn't defeat Ling Xiao. However, he was easily sent flying by Ling Xiao. Brilliant! After a long silence, the crowd of onlookers finally burst into enthusiastic cheers. Although Ling Xiao's reputation was very bad because of Qi Heng's publicity, however, Qi Heng's publicity couldn't control everyone. Moreover, Ling Xiao's 2 matches were indeed brilliant. The crowd's cheers were understandable. In contrast to their cheers, Qi Hong, Yi Chun, Qi Yu, and the rest had cold and gloomy expressions. This guy has no weakness at all. Yi Chun took a deep breath. An opponent like this finally makes me excited. When Hu Dao and Ling Xiao were fighting, Yi Chun also tried to find Ling Xiao's weakness. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. However, even so, he wasn't afraid. Yi Chun's sword god martial spirit was specialized in breaking situations. His sword was sharp and could break all defenses in the world. Qi Yu laughed and said, "Big brother, you and I both underestimated him. If we can't defeat him here, he will be the commander. I'm afraid the commander's position will be his." "Don't even think about it." Qi Hong gripped his deputy hand sinisterly, crushing it into pieces. "Yi Chun, it seems that those trash are useless. I'm afraid we can only rely on you to defeat him. Can you do it?" Yi Chun laughed excitedly and said, "Chief, don't worry. Although he's strong, I'm stronger. I'll let that kid know whose territory this is." "That's good." Qi Heng nodded and said, "But just in case, I'll give this to you." After watching Ling Xiao's 2 matches, Qi Heng didn't have much confidence in his subordinates. He even wished he could go on stage himself. However, the registration had already closed, so he had no chance. Therefore, he could only improve Yi Chun's fighting strength. "No need." Yi Chun glanced at the thing in Qi Heng's hand and shook his head. "Take it, just in case." Qi Heng said coldly, "All right." Yi Chun was still a little afraid of Qi Heng and didn't dare to disobey his orders. Therefore, he accepted it in the end. In his opinion, even if he took this thing, he wouldn't use it. "Sister, are you a little worried?" Huang Yu looked at Huang Shui and smiled. "Worried? If he doesn't even have this much ability, how can he qualify to enter the city defense commander's selection?" However, that Yi Chun hasn't made his move yet. As long as Ling Xiao loses 1 match, it'll be his end. Huang Shui sneered. Ling Xiao jumped off the stage. The cracked arena was repaired in an extremely short amount of time. However, the crowd wasn't interested in the stage. They were interested in him. Their angry and disdainful gazes were now filled with reverence. This was all because of Ling Xiao's strength. If he was easily defeated today, his future days wouldn't be easy. Obviously, today's selection had helped him a lot. In the future, he would become a sergeant and even a commander. He wouldn't have to worry that no one would be convinced. Chapter 51-24. To Ling Xiao, the position that he gained through fighting was definitely more stable than the position that was bestowed upon him by others. Just look at the respectful expressions of those people. Inadvertently, he saw Yi Chun, who was standing near the judges, make a throat-slitting gesture at him. He just smiled. Yi Chun? Sword god martial soul? Hopefully, he wouldn't be too bored. This corporal selection was merely a warm-up for him. More importantly, it was the battle for the city defense commander position that would take place 6 days later. The atmosphere was still lively. The closer it got to the end, the more excited people became because the battles were getting more and more exciting. As time passed, a large number of contestants were eliminated. The remaining contestants were all experts and elites. Of course, the battle between the elites wouldn't be completely one-sided. Naturally, it would be more exciting. Following that, Ling Xiao also participated in a few rounds of battles. His opponents weren't weak. There were even some who were stronger than Hu Dao. However, he still won easily. Soon, it was the semifinals. Only 4 people were left. Ling Xiao, Yi Chun, Yu Fenghua, and another captain of the City Defense Army. The battle that was currently going on in the arena was between Yu Fenghua and the captain. Both of them were at the early stage of the Divine Physique 8th level. The captain's strength was second only to Yi Chun. The 2 figures crossed each other in the arena and collided with each other, constantly producing clashing sounds. Everyone's attention was attracted by this battle. If Yu Fenghua could win this battle, she would directly enter the finals. At that time, she only needed to symbolically fight with Ling Xiao and the selection would be over. However, the prerequisite was that both she and Ling Xiao could win their respective battles. The semifinals didn't take place at the same time. They were separated. After all, no one was willing to miss such an exciting battle. Yu Fenghua's opponent belonged to the kind of martial artist that was more well-rounded. Both offense and defense were balanced. Almost no flaws could be found. Even if there were, it would be quickly fixed. Not only was this person strong, but he was also smart. If it were an ordinary martial artist with such a cultivation base, Yu Fenghua would probably finish him off in 2 or 3 moves. However, this opponent might be a little difficult to deal with. Of course, Yu Fenghua had a clear advantage even though they couldn't defeat her for the time being. He dominated the battle on the field, constantly using long-range attacks to weaken the enemy. The captain was basically unable to get within 3 meters of her. When they reached a certain distance, the moonlight would automatically knock them away. Time to end this. After more than 10 clashes, Yu Fenghua finally discovered her opponent's weakness. She suddenly took out the moon god's bow and drew the bowstring. The pure white moonlight condensed into 3 arrows. This was Yu Fenghua's first time using the moon god's bow. Ever since he started practicing moon essence, the power of his moon god bow had greatly increased. You want to hurt me with your monkey tricks? The captain took out a huge shield and placed it in front of him. It made it impossible for the arrow to hit the target. However, Yu Fenghua only smiled faintly. Just as the 3 arrows were about to hit the shield, they suddenly changed directions. The sudden change in direction gave the captain no time to react. The 3 arrows all hit their target. The captain completely lost his battle strength and could only admit defeat. Who was that woman? Where did this dark horse come from? When Qi Heng saw Yu Fenghua, he was shocked and infatuated. He had seen many beautiful women in his life, but he had never seen a woman like Yu Fenghua who was not only beautiful, but also had an outstanding temperament. Big brother, don't even think about it. I just asked around. That woman is Ling Xiao's woman. Qi Yu said faintly. Then it's even easier. Qi Heng's eyes flickered with a crazy light. Yi Chun, I want Ling Xiao dead. You know that, right? After killing Ling Xiao, capture that woman alive. How can that trash Ling Xiao deserve such a treasure? Yes, sir. Yi Chun walked towards the arena. With Yu Fenghua's victory, the other semifinals were about to begin. The 2 opponents were Ling Xiao and Yi Chun. At this moment, people had already recovered from the shock of Yu Fenghua's victory. They were all focused on the other semifinals. Ling Xiao, the unexpected dark horse, had finally reached the semifinals. His opponent would be Yi Chun, who was considered to be the strongest in this selection. The dark horse's path was cut off. He continued to play the song of victory. Almost everyone wanted to know. The 2 got on the arena. Yi Chun stood with his hands behind his back. His handsome but somewhat sinister face revealed a sinister smile. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, I really didn't expect that a little mouse that popped out of nowhere could reach this step. Unfortunately, this is the end of it. By the way, let me tell you something good. Even if you die, you don't have to worry about your woman. Our chief vice commander will take good care of her. Ling Xiao's cold eyes flickered with a cold killing intent. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Yi Chun acted as if he didn't know how much Ling Xiao loathed him. I want you dead. Ling Xiao took out the reverse god sword for the first time. Crazy sword intent erupted, and killing intent filled the sky. Oh, you actually use a sword as well? That's interesting. Unfortunately, you don't have a martial spirit as outstanding as mine. Yi Chun looked at the reverse god sword in Ling Xiao's hand with disdain and said indifferently, You'll know once you try. Ling Xiao said, Match begin. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. The 2's conversation ended there. Everyone's heart sped up, because they realized what kind of battle this was going to be. Excitement was not to be missed. Bang! When the referee's voice rang out, Ling Xiao and Yi Chun's figures disappeared at almost the same time. Fast. One faster than the other. Yi Chun's figure flickered, and the long sword in his hand pierced out. A mournful cry resounded in the air. Cremation ignited. It fiercely pierced toward Ling Xiao's head. The sword in his hand was an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. It was different from those trashy emperor weapons with only 1 divine dragon pattern. Even a mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist would have to dodge this attack. Otherwise, they would definitely die under the sword. Ling Xiao rushed forward at high speed, and the reverse god sword in his right hand had already blocked Yi Chen's attack. At the same time, his left hand shot out. In the void, a blood-red palm that blotted out the sky suddenly slammed down. It wanted to smash Yi Chen into meat paste. Ling Xiao exploded the moment he came up. Because Yi Chen had said something he shouldn't have, he didn't have any intention of showing mercy. He wanted to thoroughly kill Yi Chen. Bang! Almost at the same time, Yi Chen made the same shocking move. A sharp blade flew out of his left hand. It turned into a firebird and collided with the blood-red palm. Pong! 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 In a short dozen seconds, the two had already clashed more than 10 times. They frequently switched between offense and defense. Both of them had outstanding battle experience. Even if Ling Xiao used the Tai Chi Eye, he still couldn't completely suppress Yi Chen. It was enough to show that Yi Chen was truly a battle genius. It was no wonder that Qi Heng would place his last hope on this guy. On the stage, dust flew everywhere. Rocks exploded, and the two retreated at almost the same time, as if they had never fought. He returned to his original position before he went on stage. Chapter 51-25. Very interesting, very interesting. Yi Chen felt Ling Xiao's strength, and his eyes shone with excitement. Let's have some fun together. Sword God Martial Spirit, activate. As Yi Chen's roar resounded, a human-shaped shadow appeared behind him. In that instant, Yi Chen's sword intent increased by at least 10 times. A berserk aura engulfed the surrounding air. It shook unceasingly. Everyone could see that his body was wrapped in sword qi. The bluestone slabs on the ground were also cut open by the sword qi, and dust flew everywhere. Kill! Yi Chen shouted coldly and lightly tapped his foot. Although he didn't seem to have much strength, his entire body seemed to have turned into sword light. His speed increased sharply. In a flash, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The sword in his hand ruthlessly pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. Facing the incoming sword qi, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He could ignore Hu Dao's attack and take it head-on. However, he didn't dare to be careless with Yi Chen's attack. Unless he used the Golden Saint Rune, he couldn't block it. Even the Golden Saint Rune consumed too much divine energy. Therefore, he chose another Saint Rune, Light Body Saint Rune. With the activation of the Saint Rune, his body disappeared from the spot like a graceful swan. His speed wasn't slow to begin with, and with the Light Body Saint Rune, it wouldn't be easy for Yi Chen to catch up to him. The sword qi pierced towards Ling Xiao's neck. It formed a shocking explosion in the distance. So fast, Yi Chen was stunned. He thought that his speed was already at the top among martial artists at the same level. However, after seeing Ling Xiao's speed, he was still amazed. Others didn't know about the existence of the Saint Rune, but Huang Yu and Huang Shui knew that Ling Xiao's speed was completely related to the Saint Rune. His attainments in the Saint Rune art are truly unparalleled. Sister, do you see it? Do you really want to be his enemy? Huang Yu looked at Huang Shui and asked. Humph. Huang Shui bit her nails and snorted coldly. She didn't say anything. This Ling Xiao was really quite troublesome. Of course, it would be best if he could recruit her for his own use. But with Ling Xiao's temper, that was unlikely. Although he's a talent, since he can't be used by me, it's better to kill him. Huang Shui still didn't change her mind. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Thousand-blade sword. The long sword in his hand suddenly shook, and hundreds of sword lights surrounded Ling Xiao. Clearly, he had realized that a single attack would not be able to lock onto Ling Xiao. Therefore, he chose to use a group attack. No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, it was impossible for him to not be affected by such a large-scale attack. As expected, Ling Xiao paused for a moment in order to block the attack of the sword qi. It was this momentary pause that gave Yi Chen an opportunity. Die! Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yi Chen yelled coldly, the long sword in his hand shining brightly. A beam of sword light flew out from the tip of the sword and pierced towards Ling Zhao's throat. Throat again. This Yi Chen was obviously trying to complete Qi Heng's request and wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The sword light rushed towards Yi Chen. A trace of coldness appeared in Ling Zhao's eyes. Since the opponent wanted to kill him, then he might as well kill the opponent. But before that, he had to block this attack first. Divine Ape Invincible Formation. Compared to the Golden Light Saint pattern, although the Divine Ape Invincible Formation's defense was weaker, it consumed less energy. It was more than enough to block Yi Chen's attack. Ling Zhao's surroundings were suddenly covered by a huge King Kong ape's shadow. When Yi Chen's sword light arrived, it was actually blocked, and it became sluggish. Its power also decreased by more than half. Ling Xiao waved his left hand, and the sword light disappeared. Your strength doesn't seem to be that great. Fight with your full strength. Otherwise, you will lose today. After successfully defending, Ling Xiao said indifferently, "So troublesome." Yi Chen's brows creased. He was excited before because he knew that Yi Chen was strong and that he could definitely defeat him. But now, he couldn't be excited. Ling Zhao's strength had caught him unprepared, and he realized that he might lose. Therefore, his expression was somewhat unsightly. Noisy. I haven't even used 70% of my strength. The next move will definitely make you lose your life on the spot. Yi Chen had already lost his initial calm. The more he looked at Ling Zhao's calm face, the more he disliked it. You think I only know how to defend? Ling Zhao's eyes blossomed with an intense fighting spirit. He looked at Yi Chen with disdain. The probing was over. Now, it was time to end this battle. The Void God's sword flickered, and a powerful sword chi tore apart the void in front of Ling Xiao. An extremely dangerous aura bloomed from Ling Zhao's body. You just said that I don't have a sword god martial spirit, so I'm inferior to you. Then, give me your sword god martial spirit. It's such a waste for you. The moment he finished speaking, Ling Zhao's figure disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Yi Chen. The counterattack had finally begun. Moreover, it was with Yi Chen's most proficient sword skill. Many people felt that Ling Zhao's actions were extremely unwise. Using the opponent's most proficient skill to attack, wasn't this purely courting death? You want to counterattack? You're the one who brought this upon yourself. Seeing Ling Xiao approaching, Yi Chen smiled. He tightly gripped the long sword in his hand and made a strange gesture. There was no blossoming sword intent. Instead, it was as if all the power had been withdrawn. Standing there, Yi Chen seemed to have become an ordinary person. Huang Yu suddenly stood up. Of course, she could recognize this attack. On the other side, Qi Heng and Qi Yu also laughed mockingly. This Ling Xiao, is he afraid that he won't die fast enough? Qi Yu faintly smiled. He actually forced Yi Chen to use this move. He might have been able to hold on for a while. I'm afraid he's going to die now. Qi Heng also nodded. That's right. Yi Chen successfully cultivated this move to counter the opponent's attack. It has no offensive power. However, it has a very powerful reflection ability. It can be said that the stronger the opponent's attack, the stronger the reflection ability. Ling Xiao is trying to kill himself. However, if the opponent's attack exceeds a certain limit, he can still break this move. Yi Chen doesn't dare to use this move in front of Big Brother. Qi Yu said again, "Do you think that Ling Xiao can have such a powerful attack?" Qi Heng smiled disdainfully. Although Ling Xiao's performance today was outstanding, he was still far from catching up to his strength. As long as he can't surpass that limit, the stronger his attack, the more difficult it will be for him. Under everyone's attention, the distance between Ling Xiao and Yi Chen was rapidly closing. There were only 3 or 4 meters between them. At that moment, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth curved into a cruel smile. The originally silent power erupted in an instant. Counterattack. Chapter 51:26. As soon as counter sword was used, a layer of faint white light enveloped Yi Chen's body. Although it wasn't very clear, it was definitely there. It is indeed that move. Huang Yu's expression was unsightly. She understood the wonders of counter sword. Yi Chen had used this move to kill who knew how many warriors of the same cultivation base. Even martial artists at the mid-stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. What will you do? Huang Yu looked at Ling Xiao nervously. If she were in Ling Xiao's position, she felt that she would have no choice. At such a close distance, even if she gave up on attacking, it would be too late. Regardless of the consequences, she could only fight with her life on the line. Ling Xiao, your sword skill seems quite powerful, but it will be interesting if you lose to your own sword skill. A smile gradually bloomed on Yi Qin's face. It was full of disdain and mockery. This is the first time I've seen such a sword skill. Ling Xiao was also somewhat surprised by Yi Qin's sword skill. His Tai Chi eye could accurately analyze the effect of the opponent's countersword and its limits. Is this the sword skill you should be proud of? Very good, then I'll break it for you to see. I'll completely destroy your baseless confidence. Sky Tyrant possession. In that instant, Ling Xiao's strength increased by dozens of times. Reverse God Art, cross style. After using Sky Tyrant possession, Ling Xiao used Reverse God Art at the same time. Berserk Sword Chi pounced on Yi Qin. Yi Qin's countersword was indeed powerful. Even if the attack was several times more powerful than his, he could still easily counter it. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao, who had used Sky Tyrant possession, instantly increased his battle strength by tenfold. It had already exceeded Yi Qin's limits. Swoosh! The 10 sword chis merged into one and pierced the white membrane of light. The frightening sword intent permeated Yi Qin's limbs and bones. In that instant, Yi Qin's expression changed. No. Impossible. How can your strength be so powerful? Yi Qin panicked, because he could also feel that his opponent's strength had exceeded his countersword's limits. My strength is not something you can fight back against. Get down. Ling Xiao's cold voice resounded. Sword light bloomed. In the next moment, the sword in Yi Qin's hand shattered. The white light film completely collapsed and disappeared. A horrifying sword light pierced through Yi Qin's body. Ling Xiao reached out his hand and forcibly extracted the sword god martial spirit from Yi Qin's body. Although it was only a low-grade divine martial spirit. However, this sword god martial spirit was too suitable for Ling Xiao, who used a sword. Ling Xiao's martial soul, which was specially equipped for swordsmanship, could no longer keep up with his advancement in strength. The god martial spirit could be upgraded. A low-level divine sword god martial spirit might not necessarily be unable to rise to a middle-level, high-level, or even top-level divine realm. As for the primordial god position, it was probably impossible. Yi Qin lay on the ground with his face facing upwards. The energy inside his body had been completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. Even his martial soul had been extracted by Ling Xiao. This result was truly too tragic. But who could be blamed for this? During the battle, every move he made was aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely. Towards such a person, how could Ling Xiao show mercy? As Yi Qin fell to the ground, he could no longer get up. The semifinals could be considered to have ended. However, the entire arena was deathly silent. Everyone was staring at Ling Xiao with their mouths agape. Some were even trembling. Ling Xiao was not only powerful, but also extremely ruthless. Making an enemy out of such a person was simply asking for a beating. Huang Yu's beautiful eyes flickered and her small mouth opened slightly. It was obvious that she was also shocked by Ling Xiao's attack. Yi Qin actually lost. His strongest countersword was actually broken by someone. Everyone simply couldn't believe it. Ling Xiao actually broke Yi Qin's countersword with his mid-6th level divine physique realm cultivation. How strong was Ling Xiao's attack in that instant? Was this really something a mid-6th level divine physique realm cultivator could do? Big brother, I'm afraid his attack in that instant was even stronger than mine. The smile on Qi Yu's face abruptly disappeared. She was horrified to discover that Ling Xiao's attack had actually reached such a terrifying level. Oomph! Qi Hung snorted coldly and crushed the armrest on the other side. He couldn't accept this result. Not only did he lose his position as a corporal in the end, he also lost a few loyal subordinates in a row, especially Yi Qin. That was the successor he had painstakingly groomed. He couldn't accept that Yi Qin died just like that. Completely unacceptable. His handsome face became incomparably ferocious at this moment. Ling Xiao, I must kill him. He must die. Qi Hung suddenly realized something. From the moment he offended Ling Xiao, there was actually no way out. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he would be in trouble. This Ling Xiao's talent was so shocking. He would definitely be even more terrifying in the future. Cheers suddenly rang out in the arena. It was deafening. No one thought that Ling Xiao could actually reach this step. From the moment he stepped into the arena, almost no one thought highly of him. They all thought that he would probably die here. But this young man used victory after victory to prove his strength. He proved that he was qualified to be a corporal. Referee, are you still not going to announce the result? Qi Hung and the other referees were stunned at this moment because they didn't expect such a result. For a moment, they actually forgot to announce the result. Humph, Ling Xiao, you're really vicious. Today, you actually killed 3 captains of the city defense army. Do you know your crime? Qi Yu suddenly snorted coldly. She thought that she couldn't stop Ling Xiao, so she changed the rules to deal with him. Deputy Commander, you're wrong. You said it yourself. They were captains, but they came to participate in the corporal selection. If it was just one, it could be treated as a coincidence. But now, there are already several captains. If this matter is investigated, I'm afraid the Chief Deputy Commander won't have it easy. Do you really want to do this? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Yu fearlessly and sneered. Even a fool could see that Qi Hung was manipulating this selection. If someone really wanted to investigate, Qi Hung would not be able to escape. But Ling Xiao had someone behind him who could investigate this matter. He wasn't someone who could be easily manipulated. Announce the result. Qi Hung glanced at Qi Yu and said, "Damn it, Ling Xiao won this battle. Let the finals begin." Qi Yu said hatefully, "There's no need for the finals. I admit defeat. I guess everyone here knows that I'm Ling Xiao's woman." Yu Fanghua directly announced that she admitted defeat. Ling Xiao was naturally the final winner. The rules didn't say that she couldn't admit defeat, so there was nothing wrong with what she did. After hearing Yu Fanghua's words, everyone in the arena was envious. Ling Xiao was strong and talented. His wife was also amazing. They were really a match made in heaven. I'm really envious of them. I wonder when I can find my true love. Huang Yu sighed emotionally. Huang Shui's face was gloomy. Although she tried her best to pretend, she couldn't completely hide her true emotions because of the atmosphere. Chapter 51:27. Now, I should be qualified to be a corporal, right? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Hung provocatively. So what if Qi Hung set up layers of obstacles? Ling Xiao, am not afraid. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Qi Heng's expression turned extremely gloomy. I really underestimated you. However, I won't let go of today's matter. If he, Qi Hung, wanted to kill someone, he had to die. Unless he was dead. Today, he had lost too much. Not only did he lose a few lives, but he had also exposed himself. This made many warriors in the city defense army dissatisfied. Although these people did not dare to say anything for the time being, once Qi Hung lost his power, they would definitely kick a man who was down. Kid, don't be too complacent. You only defeated Yi Chun. Do you really think you're powerful? You dare to be so arrogant in the martial city? I heard that you will participate in the City Defense Army Commander selection in 6 days. I hope you can still smile at that time. Qi Yu said eerily. Hee, whether I can smile or not, you will know in 6 days. Qi Hung, Qi Yu, and other people who want to block my path, Ling Xiao, listen up. If you want to go against me, you must be prepared to bleed. Ling Xiao, am not a good person. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not care about Qi Yu's threat at all. Although he only had 6 days to prepare, he could still continue to become stronger. Interesting. I hope you won't run away when the time comes. Qi Hung stood up and turned to leave. The selection was already over. It did not change the fact that Ling Xiao had become a corporal. Qi Hung was too lazy to care about it. After all, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao personally in 6 days. His cultivation was at the late stage of the divine physique realm. Among the 12 cities in the outer circle, his strength was ranked within the top 20. Ling Xiao wanting to defeat him was simply a fool's ravings. Unfortunately, Yi Chun was too useless. He did not even use the item he gave him before being killed. Qi Hung was not that stupid. He really knew how to use it. With that item, Ling Xiao had no chance of turning the tables. After Qi Heng left, Huang Yu and Huang Shui also left. Before they left, both of them gave Ling Xiao a few words of encouragement. But who was a hypocrite and who was sincere? Ling Xiao was as clear as a mirror in his heart. When he returned to his residence, Yu Fenghua personally made a table full of food and drink. It was to celebrate Ling Xiao became a corporal. Although it was only a small victory, it was still a very rare one in the eternal divine domain. Celebration was a must. Apart from that, Yu was a big brother. Big Yu was a big brother. Big brother is big brother. Seeing Qi Heng's expression as if his father had died, it feels so good. Long Chun drank a cup of wine and smiled. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "A corporal is nothing. My goal at this stage is to become a city guard commander. It would be even better if I could control Martial City. With our stronghold in the Golden Region, Sky Tyrant Empire's martial artists can secretly come here to cultivate. Although the laws of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are slowly changing and getting closer to Eternal God Domain, it is not something that can be done overnight. Geniuses like Hai Myung-ko, Lion Xiaobao, Undying King Hai, and Yang Shuyi should come here as soon as possible. Once I become a city guard commander, I can challenge for the city lord's position. My goal is very clear. Big brother is big brother. You are more thoughtful than us." Long Chun nodded. "Don't praise me. You guys have to quickly increase your strength. Otherwise, the martial artists from Sky Tyrant Empire won't be able to come here. After all, we haven't completely opened the channel between the 2 regions. There will be many dangers along the way." Ling Xiao said, "When the time comes, you guys have to help me escort them to Martial City?" "Of course. However, Xiao, you have to prepare well for the commander battle in 6 days. Qi Heng won't let you go easily." Yu Fenghua reminded him, "I know that. During this period, I will seize the time to cultivate and try to raise my cultivation to another level. I will also learn a few more Saint inscriptions. The Saint inscription art will be of great help to me." Ling Xiao nodded. "However, you still have to be careful. Qi Heng is no ordinary person. His cultivation has reached the late-stage 8th level divine physique echelon. He won't be easy to deal with. Xiao, don't underestimate him." Yu Fenghua reminded him again. With such a woman constantly reminding him, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get carried away even if he wanted to. "Of course I won't underestimate him. However, there is no need to be afraid." Ling Xiao had his own confidence and plans to become stronger. This was not a problem. In the chief deputy commander's residence, a few people sat in the front hall. The aroma of tea wafted in the hall. A middle-aged woman in a pale golden robe sat there. She was sipping tea while listening to Qi Heng's report. She didn't have any martial artist's aura, but her eyes were cold from time to time. It made one's heart tremble. Qi Heng, who was usually arrogant, didn't have any arrogance in front of this middle-aged woman. He sat there respectfully and reverently. "So that's how it is. Princess Huang Yu has really dug out an incredible talent this time." The middle-aged woman put down her teacup and smiled faintly. "What talent? He's just a trick." Qi Yu was unconvinced. "Shut up." The middle-aged woman suddenly raised her voice and was very strict. "You will be unlucky if you continue to be so arrogant. How many times have I told you to take every enemy seriously? You're just comforting yourself by saying that he's a trick. Give up such foolish thoughts. You have to face the strength of others to become stronger." Qi Yu was wrong. "Please forgive me, City Lord." Qi Yu hurriedly stood up from her seat and knelt down. "It's useless to say it. You have to know it in your heart." The middle-aged woman shook her head and looked at Qi Heng. "Do you also think that you're going to win this battle?" Qi Heng didn't say anything, but he silently agreed. "Stupid." The middle-aged woman said coldly, "Let's not talk about Ling Xiao first. Let's talk about how many hidden experts there are in the 12 cities in the outer circle. They're all eyeing this position. Unlike the battle for sergeant, this battle for commander will probably be fought for by martial artists below the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. After all, they have a very generous salary and can get a lot of cultivation resources." The middle-aged woman was the Martial City Lord. Her name was Qi Tianmei. She was Qi Heng and Qi Yu's aunt. It was because of this that she wanted to push Qi Heng to the position. Ant doesn't want to kill another city defense commander. Even now, there were still people secretly investigating what had happened last time. If the same thing happened again, they would definitely be killed. If the same thing happens again, I'm afraid we'll be caught. Therefore, the two of you must not disappoint Andy's painstaking efforts. Don't let this plan go to waste. Qi Tianmei's aura suddenly became stronger. It turned out that her previous calmness was just a cover. Chapter 51:28. Qiheng hurriedly stood up and said, Aunt, don't worry. I definitely won't underestimate the enemy. In these 6 days, I will try my best to make another breakthrough. Not only will I kill that Ling Xiao, but I will also get the position of commander of the city defense army. I will control this martial city in the hands of our Qi family. Chen Qi, what happened? Ling Xiao was drinking and celebrating in the house when Chen Qi suddenly came with a shocked expression. He asked, Corporal, something bad happened. Chen Qi said, that guy Qiheng is making things difficult. Many of our 9th platoon left. Now there are only a few hundred people left. These 100 people are either unwanted or have offended Qiheng before. This is clearly to make you a mere figurehead. Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It's expected. I didn't expect that Qiheng to be so boring. Is there any point in using such little tricks? In 6 days, the position of commander will be chosen. What's the use of tormenting the 9th platoon? What an idiot. Chen Qi was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, Corporal, are you really confident in getting the position of commander? I don't dare to say 100%, but I'm 70 to 80% confident. After all, man proposes, God disposes. Even if I'm full of confidence now, there will always be some unforeseen events. I can only say that the hope is very high. Ling Xiao said with a smile, Corporal, although you're full of confidence, it's better to manage the matters of the 9th platoon. It might allow you to improve your cultivation in a short period of time. Chen Qi suddenly said, What do you mean? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the 9th platoon had some secret? No wonder you don't know. After all, it's your first time here. In fact, every city in the Golden Region has a dragon cave. In this dragon cave, the spiritual energy density is extremely high. The spiritual pressure is extremely terrifying. It's definitely the highest in the city. Entering it can greatly increase one's cultivation speed. However, because the spiritual pressure is too strong, many people can't hold on for long. Our city defense army has 100 teams. Each team can take turns to enter the dragon cave to cultivate. It's of great help. Perfect. Tomorrow it will be our 9th squad's turn. If you want to raise your cultivation as soon as possible, you can go to the dragon cave to take a look. Good lad. Why didn't you tell me about such a good thing earlier? Ling Xiao stood up abruptly. He had always wanted to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. It seemed like this dragon cave was a place that he had to go to. Bring me there quickly. Let's wait until tomorrow. Today, the dragon cave belongs to the 8th squad. Chen Qi smiled bitterly. He felt as if his bones were about to fall apart after being patted by Ling Xiao. Anyway, it's already late. Go back and tell the rest of the 9th squad to follow me to the dragon cave tomorrow. Ling Xiao couldn't wait any longer. However, he could not be the first to break the rules. Otherwise, Qiheng would have an excuse to publicly target him. It was better to wait. The night passed in silence. The next day, Ling Xiao woke Chen Qi up early and led the remaining 100 or so people to the dragon cave. What surprised him was that Han Wen had also stayed behind. He did not ask for the reason. He just said, If you stay, do a good job. I don't want to see anything bad happen again. Of course, Han Yuan was deeply grateful. He was ostracized by Qiheng because of his solemn behavior. He had no choice but to stay. He was originally worried that Ling Xiao would use his power to avenge a personal grudge. When he heard this, he felt relieved instead. He was already thankful that Ling Xiao did not deal with him. How could he be so ungrateful? Not long after, everyone had already arrived at the core of Martial City. There was a huge cave here, like a dragon's mouth. Hence, it was called the Dragon Cave. Around the Dragon Cave, the vegetation was extremely lush. This was all thanks to the spiritual energy. Just looking from the outside with the naked eye, one could see that the spiritual energy was erupting outside. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. The spiritual energy in the entire martial city was probably from here. No wonder cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. Qinchi smiled and said, Sergeant, this is our martial city's dragon cave. Although it's not as good as the dragon caves in the central and inner circles, it's not as good as the dragon cave in the City of Gold. But in the outer circle, it's the best. We, the 9th platoon, only have one chance every 108 days. We have to cherish it. Isn't it 100 days? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. There are 100 platoons, and each platoon has 1 day. The commanders have to take 8 days, so it's 108 days. Han Wen explained. I see. In that case, let's go in. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands. Sure enough, coming to a big place had its benefits. If one strolled outside alone, they would definitely not encounter such a good place to cultivate. Wait a minute, Sergeant. Before we go in, there's a procedure. That's to swallow the soul-gathering pill. Although it's just a normal soul-gathering pill, it can greatly increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Don't waste this rare day. Han Wen reminded, that's the pill room over there. Every platoon can receive a certain amount of soul-gathering pills. What a thoughtful service. Han Wen, go get the soul-gathering pills. Ling Xiao said. Yes. Han Wen was quite active now. He hoped that through his performance, he could gain Ling Xiao's trust. No matter what, he had no other choice but to follow Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was unlucky, he would definitely be unlucky too. Ling Xiao waited quietly outside the dragon cave. He could vaguely see that there were still people cultivating inside. He couldn't help but frown. Qinchi, didn't you say it's our turn today? Why are there still people inside? Ling Xiao asked. Impossible. Qinchi was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to do. With Ling Xiao's intelligence, he instantly realized the crux of the matter. Qi Heng was obviously making things difficult for him again. But this time, he was in the right. After getting the soul-gathering pills, even if he had to blast them, he would blast the people inside out. A moment later, Han Wen returned with a gloomy expression. Sergeant, the pill formula said that today's soul-gathering pills were already taken away by the people of the 8th platoon. They said that it was Deputy Commander Chi Yu's order to let the 8th platoon cultivate for another day today. Humph, it has always been this young master bullying others. No one bullies this young master. Ling Xiao gave a cold snort, looked in the direction of the dragon cave, and said in a clear voice, People of the 8th platoon, listen up. Hurry up and get out. Today is our 9th platoon's cultivation time. I'll only give you guys 10 breaths of time to consider. If you don't come out, all of you will be beaten out. Dare to swallow our soul-gathering pills. Dare to occupy our cultivation time. Who gave you the guts? Qinchi, count. Yes, Sergeant. Qinchi started counting excitedly. If it were another sergeant, they would probably be terrified when encountering this matter. But Ling Xiao was not. He felt that he followed the right person. So he was very excited. Very soon, 10 breaths passed. But the people inside the dragon cave still did not have any reaction. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Han Yuan, Fonghua, do it. Ling Xiao was the first to rush in. Following that, Yu Fonghua also followed in. Han Yuan hesitated slightly, gritted his teeth, and simply followed in. Peak. Chapter 51-29. As Ling Xiao, Yu Fonghua, and Han Yuan entered the dragon cave, screams rang out one after another, and the martial artists were thrown out one by one. All of them were bruised and could no longer fight. This was also Ling Xiao's consideration for the 9th squad outside. After all, the other party had more people and their overall strength was strong. If he did not temporarily cripple these people's combat power, there would be trouble. It only took more than 10 minutes. The squad leader of the 8th squad was also beaten out. Ling Xiao, you bastard. The squad leader of the 8th squad's strength was on par with Zhuangzhong. How could he be a match for Ling Xiao? At this time, he could only curse indignantly. If you say one more word, I'll cut off your tongue. Ling Xiao's cold voice came, and then he stepped out of the dragon cave. Your 8th squad is really shameless. You actually want to take up our 9th squad's cultivation time. Who's the bastard? Hurry up and get lost while I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, Zhuangzhong will be your example. Oh, right. Hand over all the spirit stones in your storage rings. Consider it compensation for our spirit-gathering pills. Don't go too far. The squad leader of the 8th squad roared. Am I? Ling Xiao stepped on him to the ground. Maybe I'll go even further. Stop, stop. Here, we'll give it to you. Hurry up and take out the spirit stones. Do you all want to die? The squad leader of the 8th squad thought of yesterday's selection and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Ling Xiao would really kill people if he said he would. He was definitely not joking. It was really not worth it to lose their lives for some top-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao took the spirit stones from everyone in the 8th squad and let them go. The number of spirit stones was quite a lot. There were more than 3,000 people, so it added up to tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Okay, although there are no spirit-gathering pills, it's rare to have a chance to enter the dragon cave to cultivate. Hurry up and go in. Han Yuan, Chunqi, practice for me in Fanghua. Ling Xiao had never been to the dragon cave before, so he didn't know how it worked. But Han Yuan and Chunqi had been here before, so it was easy. Yes, Han Yuan and Chunqi nodded and rushed into the dragon cave with the others. This dragon cave looked incomparably ferocious, but it was truly an excellent place to cultivate. Only Ling Xiao didn't know about it before. If he knew, he would have come long ago. Rumble. It was still fine if he did not circulate his divine essence to cultivate. Once he started cultivating, the spiritual energy in the dragon cave immediately let out a rumbling sound. It was as if a wave was fiercely crashing into the crowd. Even Ling Xiao was a little fearful of such turbulent waves. The warriors of the 9th Army who had entered were resisting with all their might, but they could also be seen gritting their teeth and resisting with all their might. Obviously, he was not feeling well, but for the sake of cultivation, they also gritted their teeth and persevered. One could imagine what it felt like to be hit by the waves. A spirit energy wave that could even shatter a boulder was truly powerful. In just a moment, the expressions of many martial artists became distorted. However, at the same time, a large amount of pure spiritual qi continued to flow into their bodies, to refine their bodies and divine energy, to help them cultivate. I can't. 3 minutes later, a person rushed out with a miserable cry. One could see that he was covered in wounds all over, but this guy had a look of joy on his face. It was a little painful, but the gains were also not small. It was a pity that the time he persisted was too short. 3 minutes was already the shortest. After that, there were martial artists jumping out one after another. Chunqi persisted for 6 minutes. Not bad, not too shameful. Han Yuan persisted for the longest time, but it was also merely half an hour. Corporal, our 9th Army persisted the longest is Zhuangzhong. Each time, he only lasted for 40 minutes. Han Yuan said with a bitter smile. The injuries on his body made him grimace in pain. This is a bottle of healing pills. Distribute it. Hurry up and recover. Continue cultivating. Finished talking, Ling Xiao stepped into the dragon cave. He already understood the method. Next, it would depend on how long he could persist. As for that healing pill, it was merely snatched from others. The effect was far worse than the healing pill that he refined himself. Using it to win people's hearts was still pretty good. After all, if you wanted others to work for you, how could you not give them some benefits? Although these people were a little useless, they were still martial artists above the peak of the 6th level divine body realm. They weren't weak. If they increased their cultivation, they would be even more powerful. Yu Fanghua also followed Ling Xiao into the dragon cave. It was different from the previous battles. They wouldn't be affected by the spiritual pressure during battles, but they would be during cultivation. Ling Xiao also let Long Chun and Cold Plum out to cultivate together. Little Gold continued to stay in the universe world. Little Gold's cultivation method was to devour. This dragon cave basically didn't have much effect on him, and it might even affect Little Gold's refinement of the Fire Thunder Pearl. The moment he started cultivating, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying pressure coming from the spiritual qi in his body. He sat there cross-legged as if he was sitting in a stormy sea. His body was like a stubborn rock in the sea. It was very likely that he would be smashed and sent flying. It really does hurt a little, but I really didn't come to the wrong place. He could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea was continuously increasing under the impact of the spiritual energy waves. Not only was the depleted potential constantly recovering, but it was also continuously compressing and refining. The total amount didn't change, but the quality of the energy in each potential cell increased by a lot. This speed is still a little slow. I don't have a spirit-gathering pill. I wonder if the spirit-gathering Saint Rune is effective? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao activated the spirit-gathering Saint Rune. At that moment, the speed of his body absorbing energy obviously increased by at least 2 times. It really is effective. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Therefore, he temporarily stopped cultivating and engraved the spirit-gathering Saint Rune on his 3 companions. It was definitely a good thing to be able to double the cultivation speed. Originally, cultivating in the Dragon Cavern was 10 times faster than cultivating outside. In other words, 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 days outside. In addition to the spirit-gathering Saint Rune, it was equivalent to 20 days outside. According to Han Yuan, the spirit-gathering pill could only increase the cultivation effect by 30%. The effect was very different from the spirit-gathering Saint Rune. Ling Xiao considered whether to engrave the spirit-gathering Saint Rune on the rest of the 9th platoon, but he gave up in the end. These people were not people he trusted after all. Their loyalty still needed to be tested. However, he couldn't engrave the spirit-gathering Saint Rune, but perhaps he could try to refine the spirit-gathering pill. The materials needed for a low-quality spirit-gathering pill were not very expensive. There was a pill formula over there. It would only take him about 10 minutes. Thinking of this, he directly left the dragon cave and went straight to the pill room. What is the platoon leader doing? Han Yuan asked Qinqi, who was beside him, in confusion. I don't know. Qinqi shook his head. This platoon leader's actions had always been unexpected. It was not so easy to guess what he wanted to do. About 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao returned outside the dragon cave. Chapter 51:30. Fortunately, the 9th squad had few people now. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to refine 3,000 spirit-gathering pills. Now, they only needed to refine 100 pills. Although they were inferior pills, the effect was still better than the ones in the alchemy room. The spirit-gathering pills in the alchemy room could only increase the effect of cultivation by 30%. But the spirit-gathering pills given by Ling Xiao could increase it by 50%. If this news were to spread, the entire martial city would be in an uproar. Just as he was about to distribute the spirit-gathering pills, a group of people suddenly rushed over from afar. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Then, he put the pill back into the box. At this moment, Yu Fenghua also came out, because she also felt a strong sense of hostility. Long Chun and Cold Plum did not come out because of Ling Xiao's instructions. For the time being, Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua would handle everything on the surface. Greetings, Deputy Commander. Greetings, Deputy Commander Qi Yu. The people who came were Qi Yu and Qi Heng. Along with them was the captain of the 8th squad and many city defense army experts. Obviously, the captain of the 8th squad had gone to complain. I heard that Captain Ling Xiao, you actually lasted for more than 10 minutes the first time you entered the dragon cave. That's really not bad, he. Qi Yu laughed sarcastically. This woman is not bad. She actually lasted for half an hour. It's really rare to have such results on her first try. Qi Heng looked at Yu Fenghua and revealed a kind smile. Obviously, this guy had ill intentions towards Yu Fenghua. I wonder how long the 2 deputy commanders lasted in the dragon cave for the first time? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Qi Yu said, same as your woman, half an hour. My big brother is even better. He lasted for an hour on his first try. So, are you asking such a question to humiliate yourself? Hearing Qi Yu's words, the 9th squad's martial artists all lowered their heads. Han Yuan was even more ashamed. He could only last for half an hour now, but she could last for an hour on her first try. No wonder she was the chief deputy commander, and he was only a deputy. Ling Xiao shook his head when he saw their reactions. After being suppressed by Qi Heng for so long, he no longer had any confidence. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I was delayed by something just now. However, half an hour for Deputy Commander Qi Yu and 1 hour for Deputy Commander Qi Hong are nothing. What shameless boasting! Qi Yu sneered. Am I boasting shamelessly? Does Vice Commander Qi Yu dare to make a bet with me? Ling Xiao smiled. Bet on what? Qi Yu asked. It's very simple. It depends on who can last the longest in the Dragon Cave. Vice Commander Qi Yu shouldn't be afraid, right? You are already very familiar with the Dragon Cave, but this is my first time here. Ling Xiao smiled at Qi Yu. Qi Yu was different from Qi Hong. This woman was very proud, and because of this, she was easily provoked. Hee, you are really arrogant. Qi Yu sneered and said, I accept your bet, but if I win, your 9th squad will not be allowed to set foot in the Dragon Cave from now on. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao said, but if Vice Commander Qi Yu loses, no matter what happens today, you will not be held accountable. How about it? Qi Yu glanced at Qi Hong. Qi Hong nodded. Okay, let's do it. Qi Yu sneered secretly. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could last longer than her in his first time entering the Dragon Cave to cultivate. So, the two entered the Dragon Cave at the same time. At the same time, they began to cultivate. Everyone present can testify to that. Chief Deputy Commander, we want to withdraw from the 9th squad. Please agree. When Ling Xiao stepped into the Dragon Cave, some people in the 9th squad were ready to leave. They felt that Ling Xiao was too stupid to dare to compete with Vice Commander Qi Yu in the Dragon Cave cultivation time. Domain name, please remember _3. If they lost, they might never be able to come into contact with the Dragon Cave. So, even if they had to leave Marshall City, they didn't want to stay in the 9th squad. You are very smart. Whoever wants to leave can leave now and join another squad directly. I will treat everyone equally. Qi Hong smiled faintly and was very proud in his heart. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you are just a small squad leader after all. You want to fight with me? It's ridiculous. As he said this, dozens of people left the 9th squad that originally had 100 people left. There were only a total of 12 left, including Han Yuan and Chunchi. Han Yuan, I can't forgive your previous mistakes. You can also choose to leave now. Qi Hong looked at Han Yuan and said. Han Yuan was indeed a little tempted, but in the end, he still retracted his foot. I have already promised to stay, so I won't change my mind. Well said, Chunchi said loudly. Idiot, just you wait. Without the opportunity to cultivate in the Dragon Cave, how can you compare with the other squads? Soon, the 9th squad will become history. Qi Hong sneered. Not necessarily. As long as our squad leader gets the position of commander, your tricks will be useless. Yu Fenghua said faintly. Ha 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 ha. Qi Hong suddenly laughed wildly. The position of commander? I'm afraid it's just a dream. How long has it been since those two went in? He couldn't be bothered to argue with these idiots. Facts speak louder than words. Soon, these guys will cry. 33 quickest at the other end of the phone // reporting to the Chief Deputy Commander. 20 minutes have passed. Oh, I didn't expect that kid to have improved this time. I hope you can continue to persevere. Qi Hong sneered. Someone had already brought a chair over. He sat there and chatted with the martial artist beside him in boredom. Soon, half an hour passed. The two of them were still cultivating. Could it be that he was telling the truth when he said that something happened just now? Qi Hong frowned and was a little unhappy. However, he still didn't believe that Ling Xiao could win against Qi Yu. Although Qi Yu could only persevere for half an hour at the beginning, she could now persevere for 2 hours. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he probably couldn't reach this level. Will the squad leader be okay? Han Yuan asked worriedly. Now, he had completely stepped on Ling Xiao's boat. If the boat capsized, he would drown. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't lose, let alone die. Don't worry. He's not the kind of person who would joke with his life. Yu Fenghua said faintly. Only he knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. In order to fight back, he really knows how to hold on. However, I'm sorry to tell you that this kind of stubbornness has no meaning other than destroying his body. Qi Heng's eyes were full of contempt. The way he saw it, Ling Xiao's body was probably in trouble. How pretentious! The other cultivators also chimed in. However, As the time reached an hour, Ling Xiao still didn't come out. This was a little surprising. An hour, except for those deputy commanders and captains, probably no one could hold on for that long. Ling Xiao was simply a monster. Don't tell me he's dead? The 8th squad leader laughed and said, "Of course a dead man won't come out. You talk too much nonsense. It seems that I should have cut your tongue just now." Yu Fenghua coldly glanced at the 8th squad leader. The killing intent in her eyes made the 8th squad leader sit on the ground in fright. Chapter 51:31. 1.5 hours. 2 hours. Everyone's mood became a little complicated. If Ling Xiao didn't die, it would be a little too amazing for him to last for so long. Even Qi Hong clearly felt a trace of nervousness and uneasiness. 2 hours and 10 minutes later, suddenly, a person rushed out from inside. Qi Yu? Everyone saw Qi Yu. At this time, Qi Yu's face was pale and her body was bruised. Obviously, she was seriously injured. In order to win, she had exceeded her limit. Although it was only 10 minutes. "Brother, I won, right?" Qi Yu looked at Qi Hong and asked. "Let's heal first." Qi Hong was a little helpless. Qi Yu had tried so hard, but she still couldn't beat Ling Xiao. Did Ling Xiao really die inside? Just as he was thinking about this, another figure suddenly rushed out. The time he lasted was exactly 1 minute longer than Qi Yu. But it was this 1 minute that determined the outcome. The 8th squad leader sneered and said, "He didn't die, but he must be seriously injured. Deputy Commander Qi Yu is already like that. I'm afraid this kid's bones are all broken. There are still 5 days before the commander selection. He has no chance at all." However, just as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly flashed to his side. He lifted him up by his hair. "How is it? Am I seriously injured?" Ling Xiao asked sarcastically. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked speechless. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so agile at this time. Seeing the 8th squad leader's terrified gaze, Ling Xiao threw him to the ground in disdain. Then he looked at the seriously injured Qi Yu and said, "Deputy Commander, it's nothing." This was a complete provocation. Qi Yu was furious. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Qi Heng's face was also very ugly. They originally wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao completely alone and lose the opportunity to cultivate in this dragon cave. However, after struggling for so long, the unlucky ones were them. Qi Hong had originally come to denounce Ling Xiao. Now that Qi Yu had lost, no matter what Ling Xiao had done before, it would all be written off. If Ling Xiao didn't have a backer, he wouldn't have to keep his promise. However, Ling Xiao had Huang Yu and Huang Shui to back him up. He had to keep his promise. Even though he was incomparably furious and stared fixedly at Ling Xiao like a venomous snake. But a loss was a loss, and he had to admit it. However, he couldn't understand how Ling Xiao, a mid-stage 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist, could possess such a terrifying ability. It was simply inconceivable that he could stay in the Dragon Cave for such a long time on his first try. How did he do it? The cultivators who came with Qi Hong also looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. If they knew that there were still 2 people cultivating in the Dragon Cave, who knew what they would think? Taking a deep breath, Qi Hong calmed himself down. After that, he looked at Ling Xiao with ill intentions and said, "Squad leader Ling is indeed a talent. No wonder the 2 princesses favor you so much." However, in view of the fact that the 9th squad is only left with 14 people now, if I let you guys occupy a day's cultivation time in the Dragon Cave, I'm afraid others won't be convinced. Therefore, your 9th squad's cultivation time in the Dragon Cave will be set to 1 hour. The bet just now doesn't count. This commander is benevolent enough, right? Hearing this, the expressions of the 9th squad's cultivators changed. This Qi Hong was clearly using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "This is probably not what Deputy Commander Qi Hong, you, has the right to set. You're not a commander yet. Don't think that you'll become a commander just because you added the chief position." Qi Hong smiled faintly and said, "I'm indeed not a commander and have no right to change the rules set previously, but according to the rules of using the Dragon Cave, If the team's efficiency in using the Dragon Cave isn't high and wastes time, then the time can be reduced. Even if it's reported to the princess, it's the same logic. You mean, our ninth squad is wasting resources? Ling Xiao asked. That's an obvious fact, but I reckon that you'll be stubborn and unwilling to admit it. Qi Hung said indifferently. Is it obvious? I feel that you deputy commanders have been cultivating in the Dragon Cave for too long. This is the real waste of resources. You guys have occupied 8 days, but the actual effective cultivation time is only 2 days. The rest of the time is spent healing. The rest of the teams are the same. Although they have a day, the actual cultivation time is less than 5 or 6 hours. Many people can't even achieve it. Who's wasting resources? Ling Xiao looked at the captains and Descartes. Since these people all followed Qi Hung to target him, then he wouldn't be polite. Impudent. Don't think that you can be complacent just because you beat Qi Yu in terms of time. Qi Hung said angrily. So what if I'm complacent? In terms of numbers, our ninth squad may not be as good as yours. But in terms of efficiency of using the Dragon Cave, our ninth squad is higher than yours. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good, very good. Since that's the case, do you dare to bet again? Use the same method as just now. I'll bet with you. In addition, each of us will send a peak 6th level Divine Body Realm martial artist to bet. If we win, the ninth squad will withdraw from the right to use the Dragon Cave. If it's a tie, then the status quo will be maintained. If we lose, we can give your ninth squad an extra day of cultivation time in the Dragon Cave. Qi Hung seemed to have already thought of how to target the ninth squad. And this person was very cautious. He was worried that he might lose, so he pulled a peak 6th level Divine Body Realm martial artist. He thought that although the ninth squad had a monster like Ling Xiao, the rest of the team members were trash. He would definitely lose. So a tie at the very least would not affect him at all. Of course, this was just for insurance. In fact, he was full of confidence in himself. Ling Xiao lasted a little more than 2 hours just now, but he could last for 5 hours. Although he would be heavily injured and have to rest for a long time afterward, but he thought that he would definitely win. Haha, I don't think this is fair. Deputy Commander Qi Hung is a late-stage 8th level Divine Body Realm martial artist, and I'm only a mid-stage 6th level Divine Body Realm martial artist. The bet between you and me is unfair to begin with, so the stakes must be changed. If you lose, the Dragon Cave will belong to our ninth squad from now on until a new commander is elected. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You want to play, right? Then I'll play with you. Be careful. Your appetite is too big and you choke to death. Qi Hung frowned. Deputy Commander, you don't dare? Ling Xiao mocked. What's there to be afraid of? We'll do as you say. Qi Hung was not worried. He would get the commander's position anyway, even if he really lost. Actually, the ninth squad only occupied 5 days of cultivation time. When he got the commander's position, he would redistribute the cultivation time in the Dragon Cave, although the possibility of them losing was almost non-existent. Chapter 5132. Great. Deputy Commander Qi Hung is indeed straightforward. Ling Xiao smiled. This self-righteous person always took the bait easily. However, while he was confident, Han Yuan, Chen Qi, and the rest were a little nervous. Ling Xiao agreed to such a bet so easily. This was a little too rash. If he lost, it would really be over. However, thinking about it carefully, there was no worse situation. Even if they didn't bet, they probably wouldn't be qualified to continue cultivating in the Dragon Cave. Now, they could only hope that Ling Xiao could win. Chen Qi, come here. Ling Xiao called out to Chen Qi. The other person. You do it. Me? Chen Qi was stunned and smiled bitterly. Corporal, I can't do it. He really couldn't do it because he could only last for 6 minutes in the Dragon Cave. This could only be considered below average among the martial artists in the city defense camp who were at the peak of the 6th level Divine Body Realm. Qi Hung would definitely choose the best person. How could he resist? If I say you can do it, you can do it. Trust me. Ling Xiao smiled. All right, I believe in Corporal's words. Chen Qi took a look at Ling Xiao and finally nodded. Since Ling Xiao was so confident, he naturally had a way. He just had to accept Ling Xiao's arrangement. Both parties have 3 minutes to prepare. 3 minutes later, we will start. Qi Hong took a look at Ling Xiao and then went to choose another helper. Ling Xiao pulled Qin Shi to the side and engraved the Spirit-Gathering Saint Rune and the Golden Light Saint Rune on him. The Spirit-Gathering Saint Rune could guide spirit energy. Not only could it speed up cultivation, but it could also reduce the impact of spirit pressure. The Golden Light Saint Rune was attached to the surface of the body and could protect the martial artist. Previously, Ling Xiao was still a little hesitant about engraving the Saint Rune. However, after what happened just now, Qin Shi stood firmly on his side. He had reason to believe in this kid. With the Golden Light Saint Rune and the Spirit-Gathering Saint Rune protecting him, Qin Shi was confident. Qin Shi was finally full of confidence. On Qi Heng's side, he naturally made a response. They chose the person who lasted the longest among those at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Because this person practiced the body refining technique, he could last for half an hour. However, Qi Heng felt that this was not good enough. So, he had the man take a spirit-gathering pill and a body-strengthening pill. Its effect was similar to Ling Xiao's 2 Saint Runes. However, the difference in effectiveness was huge. Qi Heng thought that his plan was foolproof, but he never imagined that a first-grade saint inscription would be so terrifying. At this moment, it was unknown who spread the news. More and more martial artists gathered in front of the Dragon Cave. Huang Yu and Huang Shui also came after hearing the news. The two of them seemed to be really free. However, they couldn't be blamed for coming. After all, such a bet was too big. Even they were shocked. Qi Tianmei, the city lord of Martial City, was also present. Although Qi Tianmei was Huang Shui's person on the surface, in reality, Qi Tianmei was only loyal to the Qi family. As the most loyal lackey of the royal family, the Qi family was also the second most powerful family in the entire Golden Martial Kingdom. In the eyes of others, the Qi family would never betray the royal family. However, only the Qi family knew that they had been preparing for many years to take down the Golden Martial Kingdom. They had been pretending to be a lackey for too long. Finally, they could turn the tables. Qi Heng, you've done a good job. As long as you win this time, you'll be able to win. If you win, not only will you be able to attack the royal family's morale, but you will also have one less opponent for the commander's selection. This small fish doesn't seem to be as smart as the rumors say. He took the bait so easily. Qi Tianmei was very satisfied with Qi Heng's method. She didn't care about Ling Xiao, but because Ling Xiao represented the royal family, she had to suppress him. Don't worry, Auntie. This time, that brat will definitely be unlucky. Qi Heng said with a smile. Almost everyone present felt that Qi Heng was going to win. The only person who still believed in Ling Xiao was probably Yu Fenghua. Chun Seven probably did not have much confidence, so he could only do his best. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. How could you accept this kind of provocation? Can't you see that this is a trap? Huang Yu smiled bitterly. Your Highness, you just need to watch from the side. Trust me, you won't lose. Although it was said that man proposes but God disposes, Ling Xiao still felt that there was almost no chance of an accident happening this time. He was definitely going to win. It was hard to say who would be the fish that took the bait. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment. She suddenly thought of Ling Xiao's cunning and slyness. She didn't say anything. Ling Xiao's methods were often unexpected. However, it should be said that the final result was still good. Moreover, given the current situation, she had to take the gamble. All right, take care of yourself. Huang Yu was actually more concerned about whether Ling Xiao would be injured. As for winning or losing, to be honest, she didn't have much confidence now. Xiao, kill them. Yu Fenghua was always full of confidence in her man. That was because she understood him too well. Ling Xiao would never do things that he wasn't confident in. Squad leader, Chun Shi, you must win. The 9th squad is counting on you guys. Han Yuan and the other 9th squad martial artists encouraged Ling Xiao and Qin Shi one after another. They were in the same boat now. If they still didn't band together, there would probably be no hope. Done being long-winded? If you want to admit defeat, hurry up and do it now. Perhaps I can be a little merciful and reward you guys with some cultivation time. Right then, Qi Heng was already ready over there. He looked at Ling Xiao and mocked. Our Lord Deputy Commander is really confident. Just now, Deputy Commander Chi, you seem to be the same too. Unfortunately, the result wasn't much. Therefore, let's see who's real. It's useless to talk too much. Chunchi, let's go. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he entered the Dragon Cave first and temporarily put Long Chun and Cold Plum into the Chinkuan world. Otherwise, if they were discovered, there would be trouble. Big brother, I feel like I'm about to break through. Long Chun said with some regret. Me too. Cold Plum also felt a little helpless. Don't worry, after winning this bet, you guys can cultivate here to your heart's content. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Big brother, you can do it. Master will definitely win. At this moment, Qi Hong and his helpers also came in. Ling Xiao stopped talking. Instead, he looked at the other party. Today's referee will be this princess. Are both sides ready? Huang Shui stood up and asked with a smile. Yes. Both sides answered in unison. In that case, the competition will begin now. Following Huang Shui's order, both sides began to cultivate. Although there was a slight time difference, it didn't affect the overall situation. The berserk spiritual pressure smashed into their bodies like a ferocious wave. The four people's bodies swayed slightly, but they didn't fall. Chunchi was originally very flustered. However, when the wave hit him, he could feel the effects of the two sacred runes at the same time. As a result, not only did he not feel any pain, moreover, it was obvious that the effect of cultivation had increased by more than 10 times. Corporal, you're really not a simple person. I wonder what these runes are. I keep feeling that with these two things, I can last for an hour. Chunchi was overjoyed. The original nervousness and fear were instantly gone. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the joy of cultivation. Chapter 51:33. Under the powerful spiritual pressure, the four martial artists quickly immersed themselves in cultivation. The people outside could clearly see the waves of spiritual energy fiercely crashing towards them, each higher than the last. This couldn't be faked. Let's not talk about Ling Xiao first. That Chunchi's record seems to be 6 minutes. Now that 2 minutes have passed, I'm afraid he will be eliminated soon. In this way, even if the chief loses, it will only be a draw. The 8th squad leader laughed. Shut up. How can the chief lose? We will win for sure. Chi Yu had taken the healing pill. Although the effect was not as good as the one made by Ling Xiao, it was definitely not a problem for her to speak now. This Ling Xiao, all he did was win the corporal selection, and he's already so arrogant? Does he really think he can do whatever he wants in Martial City? The chief is not trash like Yichan. Ling Xiao will definitely feel what despair is. Qi Tianmei also nodded. Although she was only Qi Heng's aunt, Qi Heng and Qi Yu had lived by her side since they were young. She was the most relaxed about Qi Heng's ability. She was a little surprised that Ling Xiao won against Qi Yu. However, Qi Heng and Qi Yu were not on the same level. The people following Qi Heng also showed relaxed smiles because to them, the result was obvious. They could not lose. On the contrary, the people in the 9th squad were a little nervous. They hoped that Ling Xiao and Chunchi would win, but this kind of thing was not decided by who would win. This was really troublesome. Don't be so nervous. The squad leader will win, and so will Chunchi. Yu Fenghua glanced at the people in the 9th squad and said, she knew very well what was going on inside. Chunchi had the sacred runes engraved by Ling Xiao. Although he was still not as good as Qi Heng, he was definitely stronger than the person selected by Qi Heng. As for Ling Xiao, there was no need to talk about him. Although the spiritual pressure in the Dragon Cave was strong, how could it affect Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao could constantly refine spiritual energy and transform it into potential, increasing the strength and number of potential cells. Not to mention a few hours, it was absolutely not a problem for him to stay inside forever. Although Qi Heng was powerful, he did not have this ability. Even if he could last for a long time, there would eventually be a limit. As long as there was a limit, he would lose. In fact, from the very beginning, this result was obvious. It was just that many people did not know and did not understand. Under everyone's attention. Soon, it was 6 minutes. The scream that Qi Yu was expecting from Chen Qi did not come out. Chen Qi was still sitting there, motionless like a mountain. I didn't expect this brat to be able to hold on. I want to see how long you can hold on. 20. Finally, Qi Tianmei also frowned. Ling Xiao and Qi Heng did not move. Why did Qi persist for half an hour without showing any signs of being eliminated? This did not make sense. You don't want to live anymore. Then hold on. Hold on until you die. Qi gritted her teeth. There was a trace of uneasiness in her heart. Things were so strange. It was already far from what she had expected. 40 minutes. 1 hour. Finally, the martial artist selected by Qi Heng escaped. When he escaped, he was already exhausted and fainted. His whole body was covered in wounds. It was a tragic sight. How is this possible? Qi felt her face burning, as if someone had slapped her. She lost. This carefully selected martial artist had actually lost. On the other hand, Qi's body only swayed slightly. He still did not show any signs of giving up. Qi Tianmei's frown deepened. Her original expectations had deviated from the trajectory. It was completely different from what she had imagined. The surrounding mocking laughter also stopped. Each and every one of them looked in the direction of the dragon cave, dumbfounded. How did Qi become so powerful all of a sudden? An hour and a half passed. Suddenly, there was a rumble. Qi jumped out of the dragon cave. He must be half dead. His injuries are definitely more serious than ours. It was fine if she did not speak. Everyone ignored the fact that she made a fool of herself and got slapped in the face. But now, she spoke again. Thank you for your concern, Deputy Commander Qi. Qi is doing very well. Not only is he doing very well, but his cultivation that had stagnated for 3 years has also finally improved. Qi said excitedly. There was also a strong sense of sarcasm in his excitement. Qi deliberately released the aura of a 7th-level divine body realm cultivation. He broke through. He really broke through from the peak of the 6th-level divine body realm to the 7th-level divine body realm. He did not break through in 3 years, but he succeeded in one go today. Qi and Qi Tianmei's expressions were extremely ugly. This was something they did not expect again. They started to feel very worried. They really did not have confidence in what the final result would be. The winner of the bet was decided. However, the 2 people in the dragon cave continued. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. When it was 4 hours and 50 minutes, Qi Heng opened his eyes. Because he was about to reach his limit, he wanted to see how Ling Xiao was doing. Opposite him, Ling Xiao's eyes were closed tightly. He was as still as a mountain and did not move at all. How can this guy hold on for so long? Qi Heng's strong self-confidence vanished at this moment, and his brows furrowed tightly. The continuous impact had already caused his body to show all kinds of symptoms. Many bloody marks appeared on his skin. I don't believe that I can't beat you. This time, I will break through my limit too. Qi Heng gritted his teeth and swallowed the body-strengthening pill. He did not want to use this thing at first, but now, he was no longer as confident as before, so he naturally had to use it. He wanted to ensure his victory. Otherwise, it would not be just embarrassing. Another 10 minutes passed. It was 5 hours. Over at Ling Xiao's side, there was still no movement. Qi Heng finally had other thoughts. I absolutely can't lose here. Originally, I planned to use that treasure during the commander selection, but I have to take it out today. Otherwise, if I fail miserably, I will lose a lot of face. There was a kind of spirit talisman that did not need to be activated with spirit energy, but with soul power. Thus, it was called a soul talisman. As long as the soul talisman was implanted in the soul realm, it could be done with a thought. Moreover, it was invisible and traceless. Others could not detect it at all. Qi Heng's soul talisman was called Viper Soul Talisman. When the soul power was activated, the soul talisman would produce an effect. The soul power would turn into a viper and wreak havoc in the opponent's soul realm. It would bite the opponent's soul to death. This was an extremely vicious soul talisman. He originally lent it to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen did not have time to use it before being destroyed by Ling Xiao. This gave him a chance. Viper Soul Talisman. Activate. Instantly, Qi Heng's thoughts moved. A silent attack was launched. It could not be seen with the naked eye. One could only use soul power to capture it. However, everyone present could see the situation inside. Who would be so bored as to use soul power to probe? Therefore, no one knew what was happening. Only Ling Xiao. Chapter 51:34. Ling Xiao's soul power was extremely strong. Even a divine soul realm warrior would not dare to say that they were stronger than him. The moment Qi Heng activated the venomous snake soul talisman, Ling Xiao had already sensed it. Qi Heng, oh Qi Heng, if you had just admitted defeat, it would have been fine. But you chose to attack me. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with killing intent. Qi Heng was afraid of losing, so he used such a despicable method. He would not let him off easily. The venomous snake instantly entered his soul realm. However, the moment it entered his soul realm, it became a nightmare for the venomous snake. It was as if it had entered a swamp and could no longer move. Then, it was slowly melted by the powerful soul power. I'll give you a venomous snake too. Qi Heng had to rely on the venomous snake soul talisman to launch a soul attack. Ling Xiao did not need to use it. He used his soul power to condense a venomous snake, which instantly darted out. Qi Heng was feeling proud. He wanted to see Ling Xiao's soul explode and die tragically on the spot. However, in the next moment, the venomous snake rushed into his soul realm. It bit down. Ah! A shrill scream came out of Qi Heng's mouth. In the next moment, Qi Heng crazily escaped from the dragon cave. He rolled on the ground with all his might. There were not many injuries on his body. However, after being bitten by the venomous snake, his soul was severely injured. If he did not have suitable soul healing herbs, he might even become a fool in the future. Seeing Qi Heng's miserable state, everyone turned pale with fright. Qi Tianmei rushed over, picked up Qi Heng, and checked Qi Heng's condition. At the same time, her expression changed. She hurriedly stuffed a soul-nurturing pill into Qi Heng's mouth. The venomous snake soul talisman was given to Qi Heng by her. Naturally, she also had a soul-nurturing pill, which could heal the soul. How could it be? How could it be? Qiyu kept muttering. Her expression was very ugly, and her body was trembling violently. Qi Heng actually lost. She had originally hoped that her big brother would be able to avenge her. Apart from the 9th squad, the martial artists of the city defense camp were all dumbfounded. If Qi Heng lost, they would lose the bet as well. For the next few days, he was unable to cultivate in the dragon cave. This was a disaster. Han Yuan and the other members of the 9th squad were also shocked. Obviously, they had not expected this result at all. It was a miracle that Chen 7 could win. Ling Xiao's victory over Qi Heng was even more miraculous than a miracle. Other than Qi Heng's screams, there was dead silence outside the dragon cave. The expressions on everyone's faces were very interesting. At this moment, a figure dashed out. There was still a calm smile on his face. If it wasn't Ling Xiao, who else could it be? He looked at Qi Heng, Qi Yu, and the others and said with a smile, "You've lost. It's time for you to fulfill your promise." Bastard! How dare you use such a despicable method to ambush Qi Heng? I'll kill you. Qi Tianmei suddenly exploded and charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tianmei coldly and activated the Golden Light Saint Rune in advance. Under the Golden Light Saint Rune, Qi Tianmei couldn't do anything to him. However, Qi Tianmei's attack didn't land in the end because it was blocked by Huang Yu. What is the meaning of this, City Lord Qi? Huang Yu frowned and said, "This kid is afraid that he can't beat Qi Heng, so he used a despicable method to ambush Qi Heng, causing Qi Heng's soul to be injured. If I didn't have the soul-nourishing pill, Qi Heng might even become a fool. Your Highness, shouldn't this kid be killed?" Qi Tianmei said angrily. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment. This made her a little embarrassed. If Ling Xiao really did so, she couldn't protect him. City Lord Qi is so shameless. May I ask what injured Qi Heng's soul? Ling Xiao asked with a sneer. Qi Tianmei didn't say anything. If you don't say it, I will. Qi Heng's soul was injured by the Viper Soul Rune. As far as I know, in the entire Martial City, only City Lord Qi knows how to refine this kind of soul rune, right? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Qi Heng, that idiot, was afraid that he would fail miserably, so he attacked me with the Viper Soul Rune. In the end, he was counterattacked by the Soul Rune. He deserved it. You dare to settle the score with me? I haven't done so yet. As soon as he said this, Huang Yu understood everything. Chi Tianmei was indeed good at using the Viper Soul Rune, and many martial artists had fallen under this Soul Rune. Whether it was the Viper Soul Rune or not, she only needed to test it to know. Ling Xiao wouldn't talk about this matter, and Chi Tianmei couldn't deny it. City Lord Qi, don't you think you should give me an explanation? Ling Xiao is a talent recommended by father. It's fine if you usually suppress him. I can't say anything. But you're actually so vicious, wanting to kill him. If it wasn't for the Viper Soul Rune's backlash, I'm afraid Ling Xiao would be a dead man now. You really deserve to be punished. Huang Yu looked coldly at Chi Tianmei, her face incomparably gloomy. Chi Tianmei couldn't refute. She also regretted her actions just now. A moment of impulse put her in an extremely passive situation. If this matter really blew up, the royal family would definitely use this as an excuse to remove her from the city lord position. Then it would really be like trying to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The dignified chief deputy commander lost both the person and the situation. Truly shameless. Actually using such a despicable method, what qualifications do you have to continue being chief? Han Yuan took the opportunity to say. Since he was already following Ling Xiao, he wouldn't miss this opportunity to suppress Qi Heng. Your Highness, this Viper Soul Rune matter was this old one's oversight. Please allow this old one to handle this matter properly. Remove Qi Heng from his position as Chief Deputy Commander, and remove Qi Yu from her position as Deputy Commander. At the same time, Ling Xiao wins the bet. From today until the new commander is elected, Martial City's Dragon Cave will be used by the 9th Squad. Chi Tianmei wanted to do her best to salvage the situation and suppress this matter. Since she already said so, Huang Yu couldn't continue to cause trouble. After all, Chi Tianmei was the city lord of Martial City. If she really forced the Qi family into a corner, it wouldn't be a good thing. Moreover, if this matter really blew up, who knew what would happen? The current situation was the best possible outcome. Forget it. As long as City Lord Qi handles it properly, it's fine. Huang Yu sighed and said, if Huang Shui stepped out now, she would definitely be able to take down Chi Tianmei. However, Huang Shui didn't say anything. Instead, she tried to smooth things over. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Ling Xiao, calm down. Qi Heng will definitely not dare to act recklessly in the future after this lesson. You're right, Your Highness. Ling Xiao also played along with her. Because Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to confront Huang Shui directly, he could only feign civility. Everyone, disperse. Chi Tianmei chased everyone away. Then, she cupped her hands at Huang Yu and Huang Shui and said, Qi Heng's soul is injured. This old one will go back to heal him first. After speaking, she turned and left. Actually, she had been suppressing her anger. She was already extremely angry. She hated that she couldn't take down Ling Xiao. She definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Congratulations, Ling Xiao. However, I still hope that you can get along harmoniously. After all, you're all from the Golden Martial Kingdom. Huang Shui smiled at Ling Xiao and said something. Then, she turned and left. I should go too. Be careful. That Chi Tianmei won't let this matter rest. Huang Yu stared at Ling Xiao and left. Peak. Chapter 51-35. Ling Xiao, you're unlucky to have offended the city lord. You're courting death. After Huang Yu and Huang Shui left, the captains and Descartes dared to speak. R? And 1 W? 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 R? A? N? W? E? Na? C? O? M? They weren't happy about it either. With Qi Heng's loss, who knew when it would be their turn to enter the Dragon Cave to cultivate? They thought they could get rid of Ling Xiao by working together, but in the end, they dug their own graves. If you guys continue to talk nonsense, don't even think about entering the Dragon Cave to cultivate when I become a commander. Ling Xiao sneered. Hee, you only won against Deputy Commander Qi Heng in this aspect. In terms of strength, you're still far from him. After this incident, he'll definitely be more prepared. By then, don't even think about winning. I'll let the 9th troop use the Dragon Cave for a few days. Anyway, Once the commander selection results are out, you guys will have no chance. Those captains and Descartes basically had the same idea. Of course, there were some who didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that when Ling Xiao really became a commander, there would be no turning back. Saying less now wouldn't do them any harm in the future. The annoying person left. The cultivators of the 9th Squad shouted excitedly, surrounding Ling Xiao like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars. Needless to say, they were extremely excited. They thought they wouldn't be able to enter the dragon cave to cultivate, but now they had a few more days to cultivate. Ling Xiao gestured for them to quiet down, then said, "This is just a small step. What's the dragon cave? It'll be ours sooner or later. Now, come one by one to collect the spirit gathering pills and carve the golden light saint pattern. Everyone, raise your strength as soon as possible. When I become a commander in the future, I'll have to rely on you guys. Maybe you'll be a deck arch or even a captain. So, you have to speed up your cultivation." It was not easy for the warriors of the Empire of Tyrant Heavens to come over, so Ling Xiao had to train a group of people here for the time being. Although these people's aptitudes were slightly lacking, it was not too embarrassing in Martial City. As long as they followed his instructions, it would only take a few months for them to catch up to the current level of the sergeants and captains. Next, he would inscribe the Spirit Gathering Saint Rune and the Golden Light Saint Rune on each of them. At the same time, they would consume the Spirit Gathering Pill. With the effect stacked, one's cultivation speed would be even more terrifying. Ling Xiao was happily busy here. The city lord's mansion was in a mess. Qi Tianmei had never been played by such a brat before. Today, she was really angry. Everything in the room was smashed all over the floor. Her originally pretty face now looked hideous and twisted. It was extremely ugly. Qi Hong and Qi Yu stood there, trembling in fear and not daring to speak. The two of them had temporarily regained their mobility, but if they wanted to cultivate, they would need at least 2 more days of rest. Ling Xiao, very good. It was really good. You dare to go against me. You're really brave. But do you think this is over? Qi Tianmei looked out of the window coldly. In her heart, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. Not only because of what happened today, but more importantly, because of the Qi clan's plan. If they could not suppress Ling Xiao, Martial City would not be completely under the Qi clan's control. This was a very important part of the Qi clan's plan. She did not want anything to go wrong. City Lord, actually, you don't have to be too angry. He's just a small character who used a little bit of cleverness to play Qi Hong. Luckily, Qi Hong is safe and sound. We still have a chance to turn the tables. The one who spoke was Qi Tianmei's husband, Qi Hong and Qi Yu's uncle. Although this man did not have any real power, he had done many things for Qi Tianmei. He was also very powerful. Qi Tianmei still listened to his words. Even so, it would not be good for our reputation if word got out. Qi Tianmei said helplessly, "We all know that Qi Hong is stronger than Ling Xiao. Even Qi Yu is much stronger than Ling Xiao. It's just that there are some differences in soul power. This can be easily made up for with magic treasures or talismans. But the problem is that a loss is a loss. I'm afraid that Qi Hong and Qi Yu's reputation has been ruined. Not to mention that I've taken their vice commander positions. Vice commanders are not important. As long as we can get the commander position, that's enough. What we need to do now is not to regret what happened before, but to think about how to get the commander position safely." Qi Tianmei's husband said again, "You're right. If we want to get back our reputation, we can only do it in the commander selection in 5 days." Qi Tianmei nodded and looked at Qi Hong and Qi Yu. "In these 5 days, I'll give you intensive training. If you can break through in your cultivation, that would be the best. If you can't, you'll have to have more means to deal with the enemy. Don't forget that Ling Xiao isn't your only enemy in the commander selection." We know. Qi Hong and Qi Yu believed that they could defeat Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was always unpredictable. Therefore, in these few days, they still had to constantly strengthen their combat power. They had to strive for a stable victory. Once they got the commander position, Ling Xiao would be nothing. Their eyes were filled with hatred. They swore that they would seek revenge on Ling Xiao in 5 days. Dragon Cave. Everyone in the 9th Squad had received Ling Xiao's inscription and consumed the essence-gathering pill. Therefore, The cultivation effect was much faster than before. From the third hour onwards, there were always people who had a breakthrough in their cultivation. These people had low cultivation, so it was relatively easy for them to break through. At the sixth hour, even Han Yuan had a breakthrough in his cultivation and advanced to the peak of the seventh level divine body realm. The rest of the martial artists had also advanced to the early stage of the seventh level divine body realm. That night, Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua broke through one after another. They had all reached the mid-stage of the eighth level divine body realm. Even Ling Xiao had broken through from the mid-stage of the sixth level divine body realm to the late stage of the sixth level divine body realm. The speed was so fast that it made one speechless. Of course, this was probably because it was their first time cultivating in the Dragon Cave, so their speed of improvement was faster. The late stage of the sixth level divine body realm cultivation increased Ling Xiao's combat power by more than 10 times. However, it was still not safe enough to compete with Qi Hong, who was at the late stage of the eighth level divine body realm. Moreover, no one could predict what Qi Heng's strength would be 5 days later. Therefore, Ling Xiao's idea was to raise his cultivation to the peak of the sixth level divine body realm as much as possible before the selection. That way, he would have a higher chance of success. In addition to other means, it could be said that there was no chance of failure. However, Ling Xiao couldn't rely on the Dragon Cave anymore. This was because he realized that after he broke through in his cultivation, the pressure from the Dragon Cave was getting smaller and smaller. The effect of his improvement was also getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, if he wanted to break through, he had to find another way. Unlike him, the members of the ninth squad could still enjoy benefits for a long period of time due to their low cultivation. After cultivating for an entire night, the energy in his cultivation only increased by 10%. Ling Xiao started to feel that this was a waste of time. The effect of Long Qin, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua's cultivation was also greatly reduced. Chapter 5136. According to Ling Xiao's conjecture, the Dragon Cave in Martial City would at most help a martial artist break through to the late stage of the Divine Physique Echelon realm. Although Ling Xiao was only at the late stage of the Divine Physique Echelon realm, his strength was close to the late stage of the Divine Physique Echelon realm. Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua were also working hard to update. Please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update. Please refresh later. Handsome guys and beauties, can you register as a member first? If you register as a member, you can use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first so that you can read it later. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author: Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Synopsis: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake's broken bridge, full of mysteries. Fate linked by a thread. The truth was just a short distance away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address: /33xs/317/3/33xs/31755/3/content trial. Reading Chapter 001. Returning Home in Glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, speeding along a small road in Jiangnan's countryside. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful word, "Su" on the lanterns swayed unsteadily. The carriage was draped with light muslin curtains, and a coachman sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not making it dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road, so he could walk on it with his eyes closed. Therefore, the night didn't affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtains swayed with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of a graceful swan. The girl on the left had white hair, and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the three of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qintang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qingting. The three ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Wan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. 33 starters. All of a sudden, the frosty night changed from a cold white color to a golden glow. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The two horses were abruptly reined in by him and reared up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. Io! The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. Old Huang, what's going on? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtains, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qingting also followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. 33 update, mobile terminal, / 33 update fastest computer, / he saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as if it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shock wave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove into the bottom of the carriage. However, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qingting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared, and so did the golden wheel in the air. A few places in the distance were on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state and quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a cover, and the path was silent. The oil wall carriage stopped there, and the 2 horses snorted in a daze as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time in Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf fairy, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, Brother Han. The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-neck robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress and a beautiful rose was inserted into his temples. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person was called Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department in the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either scoundrels like Nyoair, who could control people, or slick in dealing with people, who knew how to steer according to the wind, and who was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Young Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, in the 300 years of the Song dynasty, the commoners lived the best and wealthiest lives. If you did not have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you only wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Young Han, a small urban management of the Song dynasty in the Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Young Han had offended some big shot, nor was it that he had met some scoundrel with a powerful background, so he couldn't do it anymore. It was because the head of the sub-district department, Mr. Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Young Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Young Han was the job of the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestral grave. However, Young Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city fox and the rats in Jiankong City. He was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. How could he agree? The daughter of the head of the department was called Li Xiu. She was born beautiful, but she was not very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Young Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it is better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than to marry a red apricot over the wall. Young Han was also an ambitious man. He would not be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. If he was pointed at behind his back, it would be a laughingstock. Therefore, Young Han used all his skills and did not hesitate to sully himself. He was unwilling to submit no matter what. However, this Master Li did not know what was wrong with his brain. He did not understand the principle that forcefully twisted melons are not sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Young Han naturally refused to submit, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Young Han, many people could not help but sigh. They felt sorry for him, but they did not expect that he would show up in the evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Young Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jow of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw that it was Young Han, she was delighted. Girls like to be pretty. Who did not like to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Young Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to add a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and busied herself. Young Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." This Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Young Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Young Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Young Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around and saw that everyone was listening attentively. Only then did he smile reservedly. "Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to our Jiankong Prefecture Magistrate Master Li for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Lee estate. Old Fan was shocked and exclaimed, Io, that's amazing. A seventh-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in the Lee estate, I'm afraid your status won't be lower than Headley's, right? Young Han smiled faintly. It was not good for him to flatter himself, but he did not deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? Returning home in silken robes. Southern Song Chronicles 2/3XS/317/317/317/3175553/. Chapter 51:37. Princess is wise. Zhong Ling's eyes shone with respect. Princess Huang Xue's move was beautiful. No matter if the assassination was successful or not, she could shift the blame to Qi Tianmei and let the Qi family fight with Ling Xiao. She would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It was really amazing. But will Ling Xiao believe it? Zhong Ling was still a little worried. This is even simpler. Some time ago, I accidentally obtained a magic treasure from the Qi family. It's called Soul Sword. It's said that there aren't many people in Qi Tianmei's line who know the Soul Sword technique, but there are still a few. The Soul Sword technique is a saint-level soul secret technique that's very good at sneak attacks and assassinations. It's a genuine third-level saint-level secret technique. It's not the rubbish that's circulating outside. I heard that many small oases also claim to have saint-level techniques. That's ridiculous. Those are just fake saint-level techniques. The real saint-level techniques can only be cultivated when one's cultivation reaches the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. The requirements for saint-level martial skills and saint-level secret techniques are relatively lower. One can cultivate them at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon. However, only at the 9th level of the divine physique echelon can one unleash the true power of 1st-level saint-level martial skills and secret techniques. Secret techniques are harder to learn than martial skills and are more special. I believe that Ling Xiao will have to believe it after seeing this soul sword technique. Huang Xue sneered and said, Originally, I nurtured someone who's good at the soul sword technique to sneak into the Qi family. But this time, let's test his loyalty first. Let him kill Ling Xiao. Zhong Ling's heart trembled. This Princess Huang Xue was indeed extraordinarily intelligent and cunning. No matter how smart Ling Xiao was, he probably wouldn't connect this assassination to Huang Xue. Princess, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Zhong Ling nodded. Such a perfect plan had to be executed well. She couldn't let Princess Huang Xue's efforts go to waste. Ling Xiao, blame yourself for offending Princess Huang Xue. You don't know what's good for you. If you die this time, you'll be lucky. Zhong Ling glanced outside the window. She had to make a move. At that time, she would go to the Hummer Mountain Range in the name of helping Ling Xiao. After all, Princess Huang Xue was now cooperating with Ling Xiao on the surface. If she didn't help, it would raise suspicions. At this time, in the Hummer Mountain Range, in a deep and dark forest, only specks of light fell on the ground. There was a rustling sound not far away, as if something was hiding in it. It made his hair stand on end. This was an open space. Ling Xiao stood there. He was surrounded by people. Standing in front of him was one of the 36 leaders of the Hummer Gang, ranked 32nd. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. No wonder the Hummer Gang was so arrogant. The strength of the 36 bandit chiefs was probably at the 8th level of the divine physique echelon or above. If that was the case, it would not be easy for the warriors in the outer circle of the Golden Region to annihilate them. Qi Tianmei really had sinister intentions in assigning them this mission. There were more than a dozen Hummer Gang bandits around them, and their strength was at the 7th level of the divine body realm. Their average strength had already surpassed the Martial City's city defense army. Die! Bandit Chief 32 suddenly shouted. His feet suddenly left the ground, and he dashed toward Ling Xiao. Like a ferocious beast pouncing on its enemy, his speed was extremely fast. The machete in his hand emitted a bloody aura, which made one tremble in fear. Ling Xiao had already entered the beast god's body state. Facing such an enemy, he didn't dare to be careless. Holy ground, demonic shadow. Light body saint inscription. Ling Xiao instantly performed a movement technique. Together with the light body saint inscription, his body instantly turned into an afterimage. He left his original position. Boom! Bandit Chief 32's blade energy flew past Ling Xiao's body, splashing the grass on the ground. It's actually a top-notch pseudo-saint movement technique. No, it seems even faster. Bandit Chief 32 muttered to himself as he felt a terrifying danger approaching. How could Ling Xiao just dodge? While dodging the opponent's attack, he performed the void-shattering technique with his left hand. A ray of light pierced Bandit Chief 32's body, leaving a bloody hole on his back that was still emitting black smoke. The void-shattering technique transcended the void. The speed of this move was definitely not a problem, but the power was lacking. It actually didn't pierce through the opponent's body. Even so, Bandit Chief 32 was still hit and fell to the ground. However, this guy was a fierce bandit after all. Even under such circumstances, a dagger suddenly flew out of his hand. It pierced Ling Xiao's arm. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's physical defense was extremely strong. Although the dagger pierced, it couldn't penetrate deep. However, it was also because of this that Ling Xiao's god-defying art attack was stopped. If Ling Xiao couldn't perform different martial arts techniques with both hands at the same time, he might really have been able to turn the tables this time. However, there were no ifs in this world. The moment his right hand was hit, his left hand brazenly blasted out a bloody handprint that covered the sky. The terrifying bloody handprint was incomparably huge. It fell from the sky and smashed directly toward Bandit Chief 32. Boom! Without waiting for Bandit Chief 32 to react, the bloody handprint had already landed on his body. Instantly, the sound of bones shattering rang out. Bandit Chief 32 lay on the ground, unable to get up anymore. This battle happened so quickly. By the time the surrounding bandit chiefs reacted, the battle had already ended. Bandit Chief 32 was killed. The Hummer Gang bandits didn't run away. Instead, they were all furious. Chi. A sword gleam suddenly shot toward Ling Xiao's back. It was a peaked 7th-level Divine Body Realm bandit charging over. Although the other bandits also attacked at the same time, there was a slight difference in the timing. This sword went straight for Ling Xiao's back, wanting to kill Ling Xiao in one strike and avenge Bandit Chief 32. God-defying art, cross stance. A cold glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He could kill Bandit Chief 32 in one strike. These pieces of trash actually dared to act rashly. The god-defying sword in his hand flickered coldly. 10 sword gleams pierced through the air. The first to bear the brunt were the martial artists closest to him. Their throats were all pierced by the sword gleams, and they fell to the ground on the spot. Blood splattered all over the ground. Once Ling Xiao made a move, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. He released the Dragon God Frost Array diagram. In an instant, the other bandits' movements all slowed down. Some were even directly frozen. Then, he turned into an afterimage and harvested lives like a ghost. In a short while, all the bandits were killed. Ling Xiao bent down and collected a drop of blood from these bandits into a container. This would be the key to drawing the blood-colored sacred pattern of justice. After collecting the blood, Ling Xiao cremated the corpses and turned to leave. He didn't want to destroy the corpses. The key was that if these corpses were exposed outside, they might very well breed bacteria and even bring about a plague. It would bring a lot of trouble. It was better to deal with it. Are they all back? When Ling Xiao returned to the temporary base, he saw Yu Fenghua and asked, Long Chun and Cold Plum aren't back yet. Yu Fenghua said. They discovered the Hummer Gang's lair half an hour ago. However, they sensed that the enemy was too strong, so they deliberately lured these people out to kill them. Chapter 51:38. The Hummer Gang's bandits were everywhere. Ling Xiao and the others had all met their opponents. Don't worry, Long Chun and Cold Plum won't be defeated so easily. Yu Fenghua comforted Ling Xiao when she saw his worry. Ling Xiao nodded. She was right. Long Chun and Cold Plum had been with him for a long time. Even if they met an opponent they couldn't defeat, they could still escape. That wasn't a problem. A few minutes later, the two of them returned. However, they were both heavily injured. Ling Xiao activated the maze and let them heal. We were so unlucky to meet a bandit leader in the top 20. His cultivation was at the late-stage 8th level divine body realm. Although we defeated him, I was also injured by his subordinates. Long Chun swallowed the healing pill and said helplessly, "Me too." Cold Plum's reply was as concise as ever. If that's the case, the top 10 bandit leaders of the Hummer Gang will probably have a peak 8th level divine body realm martial artist, maybe even a 9th level divine body realm martial artist. Ling Xiao frowned. This mission won't be easy to complete if we don't use our brains. By the way, Big Brother, we encountered something strange during the battle. We were clearly using 6th level Saint class cultivation techniques, but those bandit leaders said our cultivation techniques were pseudo-Saint class. Long Chun suddenly said, "I encountered it too. The first level Saint class martial arts technique they used was obviously much stronger than the 7th level Saint class martial arts technique I used." Cold Plum also said, "I encountered this too. It seems that the Saint class in the Eternal Divine Realm is a little different from the ones in the 4 regions and 9 worlds." Yu Fenghua said, "I investigated the memories of Bandit Leader 32 and came to a conclusion." Ling Xiao said, "The Saint class cultivation techniques in the 4 regions and 9 worlds are only pseudo-Saint class here. Even the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow, which I always thought was a 10th level Saint class movement technique, and the Black Lotus Treasured Light were only pseudo-Saint class cultivation techniques. He was only at the peak of the false Saint level, not even at the first level of the Saint level. This is the price of ignorance. I was tricked by Lotus Flower. Fortunately, that fellow is unable to use true Saint-level martial skills in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Otherwise, I might not have been able to win." "I see. Then, the most important thing for us now is to quickly get a few sets of true Saint-level cultivation methods and Saint-level martial skills to use. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage." Long Chun said, "Of course. Once we destroy the Hummer Gang, we'll have it." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "The leaders of the Hummer Gang all seem to know Saint-level techniques. I also searched through their memories, but I wasn't satisfied. Let's wait until the Hummer Gang is gone and look for it in their treasury." After a while, everyone's injuries were fully healed. Ling Xiao stood up and said, "Let's move. Seize the time to break through them one by one. The earlier we complete the mission, the earlier we can obtain the cultivation technique and martial skill we want." Understood. 5 figures shot into the dense forest. The hunting operation had resumed. An hour later, somewhere, Long Chun had just killed a group of bandits and began to collect blood. At this moment, his expression changed and he put away the container. He looked into the depths of the dense forest. "Come out." As he spoke, he consumed a healing pill that Ling Xiao had personally refined. The effect was much better than ordinary healing pills. "I've been discovered." A person walked out of the dense forest. The black-masked man looked at Long Chun and said, "I've long heard that Ling Xiao's subordinates are quite strong. Today, I see that it's true. However, you're seriously injured now. Are you still my match?" Before the black-masked man finished speaking, he had already charged at Long Chun. At the same time, Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua also encountered the black-masked man. However, one person appeared at Cold Plum's side. 2 people appeared at Yu Fenghua's side. "I heard that Ling Xiao's women are outstanding in appearance. Today, I see that they are indeed top-notch. How can that kid have the fortune to enjoy them?" One of the black-masked men sneered as he appeared from the dense forest and said to his companion beside him. This man was tall and sturdy. He stared at Yu Fenghua with a burning gaze, as if he had already forgotten the purpose of his visit. "Hee, that's right. How about the 2 of us serve you together? We'll definitely let you enjoy the happiest feeling in this world." The other man also smiled slyly. When the 2 of them saw Yu Fenghua's breathtakingly exquisite face, they really couldn't control the fire in their hearts. In particular, Yu Fenghua's cold gaze made their fire burn even more fiercely. They wanted to burn this beautiful iceberg jade. "Little beauty, it's best if you don't resist. That won't end well for you. Both of us have tender feelings for the fairer sex. As long as you cooperate, we won't let you suffer for half a day." The black-masked man stared at Yu Fenghua and almost drooled. Yu Fenghua's expression was still indifferent. Suddenly, she opened her red lips and said, "Die." At that moment, a terrifying aura was released from Yu Fenghua's body. The two black-masked men clearly felt the terrifying power that was enough to devour them. Their expressions suddenly changed. The three of them were attacked, and Ling Xiao was naturally not spared. Boom! Ling Xiao killed the last bandit with a punch. He collected the blood into a container. Including this bandit leader, there are only 10 bandit leaders left of the Hummer Gang's 36. There shouldn't be many bandits left. Next is the battle. These 10 bandit leaders won't be easy to deal with. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and stood up. However, at that moment, a sharp cold light flew out from the dense grass and stabbed at the back of Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao didn't even look. He bent his body slightly and dodged the cold light. However, a tree not far away was hit by the cold light and exploded into pieces. It showed how terrifying its power was. Ling Xiao never underestimated the enemy when he was in danger. Even if he killed all the enemies in front of him, he always paid attention to the movements around him. He could see clearly when the enemy launched a sneak attack, so it was very easy to dodge the enemy's sneak attack. "Come out. You want to kill me with this trick? Dream on." Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the forest and said. The other party didn't seem to have any intention of coming out. Ling Xiao sneered and activated the void-shattering power to shatter the space where the other party was hiding. The void-shattering power, cosmic light power, god-reversing art, and various beast soul magical powers had the offensive power of a true first-level sacred class martial technique. It was much stronger than the Black Lotus treasure light. As for the sky-covering blood handprint, it was even more terrifying. It was actually a third-level sacred class martial technique. This was a true third-level sacred class technique. It wasn't a fake sacred class technique. This was probably Ling Xiao's most powerful technique at the moment. Of course, if the god-reversing art had a breakthrough, Ling Xiao might have other options. The moment the space shattered, the person was finally exposed. To be able to dodge and shatter the void in an instant, his strength was indeed not to be underestimated. "You're not from the Hummer Gang. Who are you?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're going to die today. It's not easy to be a sergeant in the City Defense Army, and you're not qualified to fight for the position of commander," the other party just said eerily. Tyrannical Sky Martial Soul. Tyrannical Sky Martial Soul. Chapter 5139. Qi Tianmei sent you here? Judging from the other party's words, there was a high possibility that Qi Tianmei sent him. However, there was another possibility, which was that someone deliberately framed Qi Tianmei. Regardless of which possibility it was, he had to kill the enemy in front of him first. Otherwise, he would be the one to die today. "If you're the only one who came, I'm afraid you're not my match," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Why didn't your master just send a martial artist above the 9th level of the divine physique echelon? That way, you'll have more confidence in killing me." "There's no need to kill you," the assassin said coldly. "Oh right, your companions are probably being targeted now. I'm curious, don't you have 4 companions? Why isn't one of them here? You even know about this? Seems like your master isn't Qi Tianmei." Ling Xiao smiled. In the Golden Region, only Huang Yu and Huang Shui knew that he had 4 companions. He believed that Huang Yu wouldn't do that. Then there was only one possibility. "Your master is that B*TCH Huang Shui, right? Haha, that woman really likes to go to great lengths. It's a pity that she sent an idiot." Ling Xiao smiled. When the assassin heard that, his pupils shrank. This made Ling Xiao even more certain. "Go to hell, you chatty brat." The assassin said the wrong thing and exposed his master's identity. He wanted to make up for his mistake. The only possibility was to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Huang Shui's plan would be in vain. He roared and rushed forward. A heavy hammer appeared in his hand, and he smashed it toward Ling Xiao's head. The heavy hammer looked extremely heavy. Even if he didn't activate his divine energy, just smashing it on a person's body would probably turn them into minced meat. There was a sonic boom as the heavy hammer smashed down. This guy's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Although his combat power was slightly weaker than Qi Hong, he was definitely not ordinary. Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to be careless. Facing such a brazen attack, Ling Xiao held the Void God sword with both hands. The Saint Barbaric Bull rune shone brightly. The golden barbarian bull's shadow wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. This caused Ling Xiao's strength to skyrocket in an instant. The Void God sword met the attack head-on. Hee, people who use swords pay attention to movement techniques, speed, and techniques. You actually dare to fight me head-on. What an idiot. The assassin sneered disdainfully. He had heard Zhongling describe Ling Xiao and thought that he was a great person. He didn't expect him to be such a brute. Boom. The Void God sword and the hammer collided, and a terrifying power spilled out. In that instant, the assassin's expression changed drastically. The power released from the Void God sword was no weaker than his. In fact, he might even be stronger. He was actually bounced back and landed 10 meters away. Although Ling Xiao's feet sank about 3 inches into the ground, he was not injured. What's going on? Is this guy really that strong? The assassin was shocked. He suddenly realized that Zhongling's words might be true. He might have underestimated his opponent. This kid was definitely not a brute, but a very difficult 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. Good, very good. You're worthy of my attention, the assassin said with a ferocious expression. He didn't dare to underestimate him. He waved the hammer in his hand again and directly smashed the air apart. It carried an even more terrifying might as it blasted towards Ling Xiao. At that moment, the shadow of a giant elephant appeared behind the assassin. This was his martial soul, the giant elephant martial soul. His terrifying power also came from this powerful martial soul. At that moment, the sword god martial soul appeared behind Ling Xiao. This martial soul was snatched from Yi Chun. It was still in the low god realm, but in terms of enhancement, it was still better than ordinary martial souls. In the beast god body state, releasing the sword god martial soul naturally increased the power of all his sword skills greatly. Light body Saint Rune, Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. If the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow was used alone, its speed wouldn't be much of an advantage, especially when the opponent had a saint-level movement technique. After all, the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow was only at the peak of the pseudo-saint level. It was still far from a saint-level movement technique, but with the light body Saint Rune, it could make up for this disadvantage. In terms of strength, he didn't lose to his opponent, especially when he activated the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune. But if he wanted to kill his opponent, this kind of head-on battle was meaningless. He still had to find the right opportunity to attack his opponent's vital points. Can you dodge? I've learned all about you. Wind Resistance Talisman. The assassin saw that Ling Xiao was trying to avoid his attack, so he used the talisman. Talismans were similar to Saint Runes in that they could increase speed, but most could only be used once. Saint Runes, on the other hand, could be used many times. Moreover, the talismans on the Black Tortoise continent weren't that good. True talismans could only be seen on the Divine Secrets continent, but it was too far away. At least in the Eternal Divine Realm, Ling Xiao believed that Saint Runes were more powerful and practical than talismans. The assassin used the Wind Resistance Talisman to catch up to Ling Xiao's speed. Ling Xiao had to brandish the Void God sword again to block. But this time, it wasn't just a simple block. The moment the Void God sword collided with the heavy hammer, the power of the void exploded. A sharp beam of light shot toward the assassin's face. Ling Xiao had no intention of showing mercy. Even a late-stage 8th-level divine physique echelon martial artist would be injured if they were hit by the transcending the void. As expected, the assassin's expression changed when he saw the cold beam of light. He tore another talisman apart. His face was covered in golden light. It was a golden talisman. Its defensive power wasn't as strong as the Golden Saint Rune. However, it also blocked Ling Xiao's transcendence from the void. You're really rich. Huang Shui must have spent a lot of money to kill me. I'd like to see how she feels when the assassin she sent is killed again. Ling Xiao's attack failed, and he was knocked back by the heavy hammer. He sneered. You want to kill me? I admit that you're difficult to deal with, but you must have misunderstood something. Do you think you can kill me? The assassin sneered and rushed forward again. After releasing the loud sound martial soul, his strength and attack power had increased a lot. However, they had almost failed miserably just now, and Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to destroy them. At that moment, he was both embarrassed and furious. Boom! The heavy hammer smashed out again. Its speed and strength had increased, and there was a layer of blue light on the heavy hammer. It made people uneasy. They could even smell danger. First-level sacred class martial technique, poison explosion hammer. A first-level sacred class martial technique? It was indeed powerful. According to the information he received, only martial artists at the peak of the 8th level divine body realm could truly master first-level sacred class martial techniques and techniques. To fully master second-level sacred class martial techniques and techniques, one had to be at least a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Of course, one could cultivate first-level sacred class martial techniques and techniques after reaching the first-level divine body realm, but they couldn't fully master them. In terms of heat control, it was much worse. Chapter 5140. Even in the eternal divine realm. Generally, martial artists below the 8th level of the divine physique echelon would still cultivate pseudo-saint level cultivation techniques and martial skills. Only the outstanding geniuses of the large clans could be the first to obtain the true saint-level cultivation methods and martial skills. This assassin should have received Huang Shui's attention and grooming. His attainments in level 1 saint-class martial skills were quite high. The power of the poison explosion hammer was extremely terrifying. The moment it was unleashed, the strong wind brought about by the heavy hammer caused the surrounding vegetation to wither and crack. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a serious look. I have to end the battle as soon as possible. If this drags on, I'm afraid it'll attract the masters of the Hummer Gang. Thinking of this, he used Sky Tyrant possession. Red light blossomed from the heaven, covering blood hand. To be honest, he hadn't paid much attention to the heaven-covering blood handprint before. 33 quickest computer, but ever since he found out that this thing was actually a third-level Saint-class martial skill. Thus, he attached great importance to it. This was because the heaven-covering blood palm was more ferocious than any of his current attacks. This time, the blood-red handprint did not descend from the sky. Instead, it appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, it blasted towards the assassin. At that moment, the surrounding space was filled with the smell of blood. A strong gale raged, and a strong pressure pressed down on the assassin, causing the assassin's expression to change greatly in an instant. How is it possible to upgrade a rank 3 martial technique? The assassin clearly saw the terrifying level of the heaven-covering blood handprint, although Ling Xiao was unable to fully display the power of this move. But to him, it was still a huge threat. At the very least, his poison explosion hammer would not be able to withstand it. While he was still in shock, the bloody handprint had already arrived. The poison explosion hammer was easily shattered by the bloody handprint. The assassin let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying by the palm wind and fell to the ground. He was motionless. Dead? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Was the power of the heaven-covering blood palm really that great? He opened his Tai Chi eye and observed for a moment. He couldn't help but sneer. This guy actually faked his death. If you faked your death, I'll let you die for real. Ling Xiao activated the Void God's sword in his right hand, and 10 sword lights burst forth. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao felt an extremely strong sense of danger. Secret Soul Technique. His expression changed drastically. The assassin who had faked his death had actually used a secret soul technique. An invisible sword ray shot out from between the other party's eyebrows and pierced towards him. If not for the Tai Chi eye, he would probably be in for a bad time today. Soul secret arts could only be blocked by soul power. Ordinary martial skills were useless. Of course, he could also choose to avoid it. In that instant, Ling Xiao used the earth elemental golden light technique and disappeared. What? The killer's attack, which he thought would definitely succeed, missed. He had forcefully used the soul sword art, and it had already backfired on his soul. At this moment, both his soul and body were heavily injured, and he really didn't have the strength to resist. Ling Xiao swung the void god sword and killed the assassin. As expected, Huang Shui sent them. Ling Xiao had stolen the memories from the depths of his soul. He confirmed his guess. This person was heavily nurtured by Huang Shui and was prepared to enter the inner circle of the Qi clan. Now, it had been destroyed by him. Huang Shui would probably fly into a rage. Moreover, from this matter, he also thought of a way to survive. He could take advantage of the conflict between the Qi clan and the imperial family. After all, he was still very weak, and it wasn't wise to forcefully clash with the two clans. However, if he took advantage of both sides, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. However, it was very dangerous to use a fierce tiger to fight a fierce wolf. If he wasn't careful, he might be eaten. But it didn't matter. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have come this far. At the same time that he stole the assassin's memories, Ling Xiao also obtained the soul sword art that the assassin had used before. This was a third-level Emperor-class soul secret art, and its power was boundless. With his soul power, he could completely unleash its terrifying power. Not to mention Qihong, even a first-level divine soul realm martial artist would be heavily injured if they were hit by it. He really had to thank Huang Shui for sending him such a good thing. After collecting a drop of blood from the assassin, Ling Xiao sensed Yu Fenghua's aura and left. The assassin's corpse had been incinerated. Among Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua, it was obvious that Yu Fenghua was in the most danger. After all, Yu Fenghua was facing two assassins, and one of them might have been prepared for Xiao Jin. However, Xiao Xin was cultivating in the universe world, so he wanted to deal with Yu Fenghua. When Ling Xiao found Yu Fenghua was lying under a tree. Her body was glowing faintly, as if she was healing. Not far from her, there were two corpses. It seemed that Yu Fenghua had won this battle, but she was also heavily injured. She was facing an assassin in the middle stage of the 8th-level divine body realm. Moreover, the assassin might have a first-level sacred class cultivation technique. It was already rare for Yu Fenghua to win. Fenghua, are you okay? Ling Xiao hurried over to check on her. I'm fine, but I'm at a disadvantage because I don't know any sacred class cultivation technique or cultivation technique. Luckily, I have the moon essence technique, which can increase the power of my cultivation technique. I barely managed to defeat my opponent. Yu Fenghua smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao checked Yu Fenghua's body, and after confirming that there were no major problems, he heaved a sigh of relief. The cold, killing intent in his eyes exploded. Huang Shui, if I don't kill you, I, Ling Xiao, swear that I'm not human. He wouldn't let anyone who dared to hurt his woman go so easily. However, just as Yu Fenghua said, the most important thing now was to get their hands on sacred class cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques as soon as possible. Only then would they be able to increase their combat power in a short period of time. Don't take such risks in the future. Don't we have Little Black? With Little Black around, these two fellows are nothing, Ling Xiao said. Little Black is a secret weapon. It's too wasteful to use it against martial artists in the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Yu Fenghua shook her head and said, Xiao, don't worry about this. Who won't get hurt? Don't forget, I'm also a martial artist. While the two of them were talking, Long Chen and Cold Plum also rushed back. Both of them had light injuries on their bodies. Obviously, they were at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation technique. If the conditions were the same, they could have won completely. Master, someone entered the mountain. It seems to be Princess Huang Shui's men. They're shouting that they're going to help us deal with the Hummer Gang's martial artists. Cold Plum suddenly said. 33 people started. Hee, they really know how to act. But this is good too. Let's go meet these people. Ling Xiao sneered. He was just worrying about how to wipe out the Hummer Gang when Huang Shui sent people over. It would be a pity if he didn't use them. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao saw Zhongling. At this time, Long Chen and Cold Plum had already returned to the universe world to rest. Yu Fenghua also went back to recuperate. It's good that you're fine. Her Highness received a secret report that the Hummer Gang was tyrannical and that someone might harm you. She sent us over to help. My name is Zhongling. A valiant female martial artist was saying extremely hypocritical words. However, Ling Xiao knew in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. In this situation, It was actually better to make use of Huang Shui. If they fell out, it wouldn't be good for him. Chapter 51-41. Since Princess Huang Shui is willing to help, we naturally welcome it. It just so happens that the Hummer Gang is a tough nut to crack. I hope Miss Zhong can help. Ling Xiao took advantage of the situation. Although he knew that the other party was being polite, he still took it seriously. Unless Huang Shui wanted to fall out with him, he still had to help. Zhong Ling frowned and said, "Tell me, what do you want us to do? We've already killed 26 of the 36 bandit leaders of the Hummer Gang. We've also killed a lot of bandits. Now is the time to launch an all-out attack. How about we trouble Miss Zhongling to bring some people to attack the Hummer Gang's lair with us?" Ling Xiao said, "I thought you had some plan. So it's just a strong attack. Her Highness said that you're smart, but she overestimated you." Zhongling looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said, "Of course, who can be more beautiful and intelligent than Princess Huang Shui? I wonder if Miss Zhongling is willing to help us?" Ling Xiao asked. "All right, since it's Her Highness's order, I can't refuse. We'll set off now." Zhongling brought a lot of people with her. There were more than 100 of them, and their strength wasn't weak. This was also Ling Xiao's confidence to launch an all-out attack. It would be stupid not to use such a large force. After everyone discussed, they set off for the Hummer Gang's lair. This place was an abandoned ancient city occupied by the Hummer Gang. Although there were many damaged places, they were all repaired by the Hummer Gang. Now, it could definitely be considered as an impregnable fortress, and it was high up, so it wasn't so easy to attack. There were bandits on warhorses patrolling around the ancient city. There were also arrow towers and observation towers on the city walls. There were almost no blind spots. It was quite difficult for anyone to break into this ancient city unknowingly. The bandits were all dressed in black with a blood-red warhorse pattern embroidered on the black clothes. It was said that it was the martial soul of the Hummer Gang's leader, Hummer. Hummer had the Fergana horse martial soul. It was extremely fast, and it was rumored that it could suck human blood. It was very terrifying. The name of this gang was also named after their leader. It was rumored that Hummer's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. That was definitely not an existence that Ling Xiao and the others could easily defeat. He had asked Zhongling to deal with this Hummer. Hummer practiced a very evil martial art called the blood demon art. The more blood it sucked, the higher its power would be. The stronger the master of the blood, the greater the benefits. However, the more one cultivated the demonic blood technique, the more savage and bloodthirsty one would become. Such a demon would be very useful for Ling Xiao's performance of the blood-colored justice rune. I didn't expect there to be so many bandits. The scale of this Hummer Gang is really huge. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. They had already killed many bandits. However, there were more than 10,000 bandits in the area that the Taiji could see. In comparison, the 100 or so of them were too few. Fortunately, these 10,000 people were clearly not as strong as the bandits Ling Xiao and the others had encountered earlier. Most of them were at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Although there were many of them, they were easier to deal with. It's a bit difficult to wipe out all the bandits, but it's not too difficult to kill the remaining 10 bandits. What do you plan to do? Zhongling looked at Ling Xiao and asked. To kill the bandit leader, we need an expert to sneak in. Leave this to us. Miss Zhongling, can you help us stall those bandits outside? Ling Xiao said. Aren't you worried that I'll leave you behind? Zhongling smiled. You don't dare to disobey Princess Huang Shui's orders, Ling Xiao said lightly. If it was just Zhongling, Ling Xiao believed that she would really do that. But with Huang Shui's orders, she didn't dare. Her purpose this time was to let Ling Xiao believe in Huang Shui's sincerity in cooperating. If she ran away, wouldn't it be the opposite of what she wanted? Humph! Zhongling snorted coldly. Although she didn't say it, Ling Xiao had hit the nail on the head. Kill. The people Zhongling brought were all experts. The weakest among them was at the early stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. So although they were few in number, they had a huge advantage against the ordinary bandits of the Hummer Gang. More than 100 people were like wolves in a flock of sheep. In an instant, they killed those bandits patrolling outside and killed them on the spot. Boom! A loud sound came from the direction of the ancient city. The array cannon was activated. It seemed that the other reason why the Hummer gang couldn't be taken down was because of this array. The array cannon was activated, and a huge energy ball flew out. If it landed in a crowd, even an 8th-level divine physique echelon martial artist would be seriously injured. This was the power of the array. However, the next scene made Ling Xiao dumbfounded. Among the 100 people, 10 of them suddenly jumped up. At the same time, they activated their divine essence. A terrifying aura burst out. It formed a huge palm of divine essence and intercepted the energy ball in midair. Then, Zhong Ling soared into the air and kicked the energy ball towards the city wall. With a boom, the protective wall of the defensive array was blown up and became much weaker. Golden Divine Might Fist. After Zhong Ling kicked the energy ball away, she condensed divine essence in the air. At the same time, the 100 martial artists transferred their divine essence to her hand. A terrifying giant golden fist smashed out. Cracks actually appeared on the energy barrier. It was about to shatter. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These people were strong. And this was only the weakest group of Huang Xue's personal guards. Their combined power was actually so terrifying. It seemed that if Ling Xiao wanted to be enemies with Huang Xue, he had to create a strong team for himself. Or he had to become stronger. Thank you, Miss Zhong. In the chaos, Ling Xiao turned into a shadow and disappeared into the crowd. He entered the ancient city in a few steps. In a hidden corner, he let Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua out and said, "Killing the enemy isn't the most important thing. Try to find the Hummer gang's treasury. If we want to stabilize our foundation in the Golden Martial Kingdom and take down Martial City, we need a lot of spirit stones, pills, and other things. We also need cultivation methods. That's the most important thing. If we can avoid fighting, try not to." Zhong Ling has already attracted the Hummer gang's attention. Let's use this opportunity to take the things and talk about other things. Remember, if you encounter an enemy you can't beat, don't force yourself. Run away immediately. Where there's life, there's hope. Big brother, you're really sneaky. Long Chen laughed. If they could really find the Hummer gang's treasury, they would really be rich. The Hummer gang had run amok in the Golden region for decades. They didn't know if there was someone in the imperial court who hadn't been eliminated. They must have accumulated a lot of wealth. If they could find it, it wouldn't be a small amount. Ling Xiao could do a lot of things. Moreover, it was said that this ancient city was also a ruin. The Hummer gang probably took all the treasures in this ruin. Chapter 51-42. The combined wealth of 100 martial cities would probably only be comparable to the wealth of one Hummer gang. Huang Xue probably sent Zhong Ling here to seize the Hummer gang's treasure. You're the thief. Do you know how smart this is? Now spread out and find the treasure. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua turned and left. He also continued to move in one direction. In the ancient city, most of the buildings had collapsed, but there were still some intact buildings. That should be where the Hummer gang lived. A large number of bandits gathered near the intact buildings. However, because of the battle outside, they all headed toward the city gate. Originally, no matter how many people there were, Ling Xiao could rely on the Shadow Dancer's ability to sneak in. Now that there were fewer and fewer people patrolling and defending, it became easier for him to sneak in. There seems to be the smell of treasure there. Ling Xiao found a very well-hidden building. Although it was not very grand, it was very well hidden. The architectural style was also very magical, giving off the aura of an ancient building. The most important thing was that no matter how anxious the bandits elsewhere were, they all rushed toward the city gate. However, the bandits here did not move at all, as if they were indifferent. Obviously, it was not that they did not care about the situation at the city gate. It was because there was something more important that they needed to guard here. Ling Xiao smiled and dashed into the building in an instant. What a strong smell of blood! Ling Xiao, who had arrived inside the building, could not help but frown. As soon as he entered, he saw a bandit leader. This was a bandit leader ranked in the top 10. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the divine body 8th level. His strength was already close to Qi Hing's. This person sat on the throne and looked in the direction of the city gate warily. It was obvious that the commotion outside had caused him to be on guard. He was standing guard here. Being able to have a bandit leader in the top 10 guard here made Ling Xiao even more certain of his thoughts. There was something incredible in this building. Since you're here, why hide? The bandit leader suddenly opened his eyes. The sixth master of the Hummer gang welcomes the guest again. As he spoke, the long saber in his hand suddenly slashed in the direction of Ling Xiao. The terrifying saber chi made Ling Xiao feel the threat of death. Ling Xiao did not know how he was discovered, but it was clear that the shadow dancer form did not work in front of this person. Therefore, at that moment, Ling Xiao left the shadow warrior form and opened the martial soul barrier. Dealing with one person was still fine. If he let those martial artists outside rush in, he would really have a headache. At the same time, Ling Xiao also dodged his opponent's saber chi. After all, the distance was quite far. Ling Xiao still had time to dodge. The saber chi hit the martial spirit barrier and disappeared. Who are you? Why do you have to go against the Hummer gang? The sixth elder stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His entire body was releasing an astonishing killing intent. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I'm Ling Xiao, captain of the 9th Troop of the Martial City Defense Army. I've been ordered to eliminate the Hummer gang. Ha ha ha, so you're Ling Xiao. Do you know why the Hummer gang has been safe and sound all this time? The sixth elder laughed and said, with the power of the Golden Region, it's actually very easy to eliminate us. But it didn't happen. Why? Because you have someone in the court. Ling Xiao laughed. You're smart. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. Our backer is the Qi family. This time you came to carry out a mission. Qi Tianmei said to make you stay here and never go back alive. We thought it was a simple matter. Who would have thought that you're so cunning and killed 26 of our brothers? How do you think I should torture you to get rid of the hatred in my heart? The sixth elder said coldly. I see. It's almost as I guessed. Sixth elder, I don't care who you're working with. Right now, you only have one chance to live. As long as you promise me two things, I promise I won't kill you. Ling Xiao said calmly, first, stop cultivating the blood demon technique and don't kill the innocent. Second, bring me to your treasure vault. The sixth elder was obviously stunned when he heard Ling Xiao's words. Are you trying to make me laugh? The sixth elder said with a smile, I heard from Qi Tianmei that you're arrogant. Today, I see that it's true. I really don't understand. You're just a piece of trash at the late-stage 6th-level divine physique echelon. What gives you the confidence to say that you want to kill me? Who gave you so much courage? As he spoke, a black demonic hand suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed Ling Xiao's legs. The only outcome for you is death. You're delusional to think that you can find our treasure vault. You're delusional. The sixth elder revealed a sinister smile. However, his smile stopped abruptly in the next moment. The demonic hand touched a protective wall condensed by golden light and was bounced back. It did not injure Ling Xiao at all. Although Ling Xiao did not use the golden light sacred rune often, at critical moments, he would not be stingy either. This sixth elder's strength was not ordinary. Better be a little careful. Indeed, it came in handy. The other party said to sneak attack, so it was a sneak attack. Sixth elder? Hoo-hoo. Really a fool who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you think that I'm joking? I'm really giving you a chance. Forget it. If you don't want it, then I'll kill you and directly steal your memories. Ling Xiao finished talking and immediately unleashed an attack. A heaven-covering blood palm appeared in the void and rumbled towards the sixth elder. Oh, you actually even know a sacred rank 3 martial technique. Not bad, not bad. It's just a pity that your cultivation is too weak. Want to rely on this to kill me? It's still too lacking. Although the sixth elder was rather surprised, Ling Xiao's heaven-covering blood palm was not to the extent of making him fearful. Demonic blood shield. In order to weaken Ling Xiao's heaven-covering blood palm's attack, the sixth elder urged divine essence. A shield blocked in front of him. On the shield, there was a hideous evil demon head. Looked like it was not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not count on the heaven-covering blood palm being able to directly take down this sixth elder in the first place. The corners of his mouth curled into a hint of a cold smile. Soul Sword Art. An invisible sword light instantly shot out from between Ling Zhao's brows, piercing towards the sixth elder. This soul sword art was stolen by Ling Xiao from that assassin's memories. Although Bing was incomplete, only the upper half. But to him, this cultivation genius, a few minutes was already a small accomplishment. Releasing it at this time, how terrifying was the sacred rank 3 soul secret art, soul sword art? When the sixth elder reacted to it, it was already too late. In that instant, he screamed miserably. The demonic blood shield also disintegrated instantly. Under the situation of being defenseless, he was smacked to death by Ling Zhao's heaven-covering blood palm. Ling Xiao used the heavenly fiend eye to steal the other party's memories. He could not help secretly laughing and said, "Indeed, in this place." He incinerated the corpse, walking to the vicinity of that throne that the sixth elder sat on just now, opening up the secret passage leading underground according to the method in his memories. Chapter 51-43. This secret passage should have been built when the ancient city was still around. It was later used by the Hummer gang to store their wealth. The labyrinthine underground tunnels were really dazzling. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi Eye, which could seek fortune and avoid calamity. It could remove the false and retain the true. Otherwise, he would not have been able to walk out. The underground was full of mechanisms and traps. However, with Ling Zhao's Tai Chi Eye and the Golden Light Saint runes, these things could not do anything to him. Finally, after deciphering all the mechanisms and traps, Ling Xiao came to the treasure vault in the sixth head's memory. A thick metal door blocked his way. Layers upon layers of formations emitted a mysterious light, blocking out those who attempted to force their way into the treasury. "What a pity that you met me." Ling Xiao smiled and went forward to decipher the formations. After about 10 minutes, the thick metal door slowly opened. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked in. At that moment, he was completely stunned. In the treasure vault, piles of supreme-grade spirit stones were neatly placed. According to Ling Zhao's estimation, there were at least tens of millions of them. Ling Xiao had never seen so many supreme-grade spirit stones. It seemed that this trip was really worth it. Not to mention other things, just these supreme-grade spirit stones were enough for him to create havoc in the Golden Martial Nation. Moreover, if he was alone, these supreme-grade spirit stones would be an astronomical figure. However, he had the Sky Tyrant Empire behind him. If the Sky Tyrant Empire wanted to enter the eternal divine domain, they could not lack supreme-grade spirit stones. After all, they were the hard currency here. Ling Xiao smiled and kept all the supreme-grade spirit stones in the Qinkuan world. The space in the Qinkuan world was much bigger than the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. It was a piece of cake to contain these spirit stones. After keeping all the supreme-grade spirit stones, Ling Xiao looked at other things. The treasure vault was huge, and there were many compartments, all of which were blocked by formations. Obviously, the treasures in each compartment were different. Ling Xiao found a large number of elixirs in a secret room. These elixirs were basically provided for divine physique realm martial artists. Most of them were basic elixirs like healing elixirs, vitality replenishing elixirs, and antidote elixirs. Ling Xiao did not think highly of them, but they were very useful for the future development of Martial City. Martial artists could not lack these elixirs. It could be said that their value was even greater than supreme-grade spirit stones. In addition to these ordinary elixirs, Ling Xiao found a type of elixir called supreme-grade spirit stones. This was amazing. Each pill emitted a white jade-like luster. Just looking at it was enough to make people excited. There were about 100 of them, and every single one of them could help a divine physique realm martial artist break through their shackles. Raise the cultivation base. This was good stuff, but the medicinal effect wasn't good enough. Ling Xiao planned to go back and refine it again. In the future, when the warriors of the Sky Tyrant Empire came over, it would be given to them. The 9 Revolutions body-breaking pill was extremely precious. Not everyone had the qualifications to use it. It was fine for ordinary martial artists, but at the very least, this thing should be used by geniuses. And it was even more useful for the geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds who stayed in the low-level laws for a long time. It could stimulate their potential suppressed by the laws and maximize the efficacy of the elixir. They might be able to break through a few realms at once. This thing combined with the blood-colored righteous saint pattern could nurture a large number of experts in a short time. In addition to the supreme-grade spirit stones, there were other elixirs with good quality. Ling Xiao took them all in one go. They might be useful in the future. If not, he could sell them for money after refining. 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones might seem like a lot, but it was only the value of a low-grade spirit crystal. Money was essential for national activities. You could never have too much money. In another secret room, there were a large number of Dharma treasures and weapons. Most of them were Emperor weapons with 1 divine dragon pattern. There were also Emperor weapons with 2 divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao was originally worried about the difference in Dharma treasures after the divine physique realm martial artists came. It would be troublesome. Now, the Hummer gang had prepared everything for him. In the last secret chamber, Ling Xiao found the cultivation method and martial technique that he had yearned for even in his dreams. There were at least tens of thousands of them on the bookshelf. Of course, most of them were first-level sacred class martial arts techniques. There were also a few second-level sacred class martial arts techniques. As for third-level sacred class martial arts techniques, there was none. However, it was enough for a divine physique realm martial artist to cultivate. When he became stronger in the future, there would naturally be more and better martial arts techniques. He was not in a hurry. After taking these things, Ling Xiao was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a painting hanging on the wall. Looking at it carefully, the painting was made with the crystal cores of divine soul realm beasts. It was called the 9-Dragon Portrait. 9 divine dragons and hundreds of divine soul realm beasts' crystal cores were used. It was really powerful. He wondered who made this painting. It was really scary. Ling Xiao observed the 9-Dragon Portrait with his Tai Chi eye and saw a strange scene. This made him very excited. He knew that this thing must be a treasure. So, he put it away. Bastard! Who touched my 9-Dragon Portrait? When he was collecting those treasures, he was not discovered. However, just as he put the 9-Dragon Portrait into the universe world, he suddenly heard this angry roar. He was shocked. He could feel an extremely powerful aura rushing here at high speed. This is a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. However, it was too late to escape now. The other party blocked his escape route. Clenching his teeth, Ling Xiao decided to stay where he was. He could kill a divine soul realm martial artist. It was not impossible for a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Soon, a figure appeared at the entrance of the treasury. This person had long blood-red hair. His skin was also blood-red. It was obvious that he had cultivated the blood demon technique to an extremely high level. The explosive aura caused Ling Xiao to furrow his brows. Ling Xiao had no choice but to choose the beast god body and sky tyrant possession. At the same time, he activated the sun god's blood demon array. You bastard! This 9-Dragon Portrait is something I worked hard to get. Even all the treasures in this treasury can't compare to it. You greedy thing. You took other things and still coveted my 9-Dragon Portrait. You're really a bastard. Take this. The red-haired man did not give Ling Xiao a chance to speak at all. He directly attacked while cursing. The terrifying aura caused the entire treasury to shake. Good guy. He actually values this 9-Dragon Portrait so much. It seems that this thing is not simple. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. It seemed that he had really picked up a treasure today. Originally, he just wanted to take the Hummer gang's martial arts manual. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky? Facing the red-haired man's attack, Ling Xiao did not panic. Instead, there was a trace of joy. Something that could be treasured by the other party must be extraordinary. Chapter 51-44. Golden Light Saint Rune. Ling Xiao knew that he was no match for this enemy, so he activated the sub-god Blood Array and the Golden Light Saint Rune to weaken him. Now, it was time to see who could last longer. Boom! The terrifying attack collided with the Golden Light Saint Rune, and the entire secret room shook violently. It was as if it was about to collapse. Despite being separated by the Golden Saint Rune, Ling Xiao actually felt a wave of suffocation. It was extremely uncomfortable. Thief, where do you think you're going? Just as he was about to confront the other party, a delicate sound suddenly rang out. It was actually Zhongling who had chased after him. It turned out that the half-step divine soul realm red-haired man was the leader of the Hummer Gang. He was fighting with Zhongling, but he suddenly felt that the nine-dragon portrait was moved. So he rushed over. However, he couldn't get rid of Zhongling. Zhongling was also a half-step divine soul realm expert. It's you. Zhongling was stunned when she saw Ling Xiao. She immediately understood something when she saw the treasure vault. Ling Xiao, give me half of the treasure and I'll help you kill him. Wealth moved people's hearts. Although Huang Shui had ordered her to do this, Zhongling believed that Huang Shui wouldn't blame her. After all, she was going to give the treasure to Huang Shui. Deal. Ling Xiao nodded without hesitation. If Zhongling and the others hadn't restrained a large number of enemies, he wouldn't have had such a good opportunity to seize the treasure. Anyway, only he knew how much treasure he had taken. When the time came, he would give Zhongling some as a reward for her hard work. He wouldn't give the nine-dragon portrait to anyone. He had to keep it for himself. Let's do it. Zhongling saw that Ling Xiao agreed and pounced on the leader. The two of them fought. The divine essence and energy kept colliding, and the building began to collapse. The two of them rushed outside. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to follow them. What he didn't know was that the only one left of the 36 leaders of the Hummer Gang was the leader. He killed the sixth leader. Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yu Fanghua also killed a leader. Of the remaining 6, 5 were killed by the experts outside. Only this first head was left. Because of his tyrannical strength, he had not been killed. Zhongling and the first master were like two humanoid beasts fighting. The ancient city was already in ruins, and now it was ravaged beyond recognition. Large areas of the city walls and buildings collapsed. Some of the bandits who couldn't escape in time were crushed to death. Ling Xiao saw this and began to collect blood. He continued to kill those evil Hummer bandits. Long Chun, Long Mei, and Yu Fanghua had already charged out. Everyone gathered together and launched their final attack. Although the Hummer Gang had many gangsters, they weren't strong enough. Under the attacks of these powerhouses, they were naturally forced to retreat repeatedly. However, Ling Xiao also discovered that more than a dozen of the experts Zhongling had brought with her had died. They were all martial artists at the 8th level of the Divine Physique echelon. It was only right for him to share some of his treasures with the other party. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party's attitude was good enough. Otherwise, he didn't mind taking the treasure for himself. The battle was coming to an end. The Hummer Gang was killed, but the battle between the leader and Zhongling was still going on in the sky. Both sides were locked in battle, and neither could do anything to the other. Master, someone is coming. They're experts. Cold Plum suddenly said to Ling Xiao, they'll be here in about 10 minutes. They're probably reinforcements from the Hummer Gang. The Hummer Gang is related to the Qi family. The Qi family will protect them. They're just a little late. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, we can't delay any longer. This leader must be killed. He knows the secret of the treasure. Fanghua, let Little Black do it. Got it. Yu Fanghua nodded and released Little Black. The two people fighting in the sky had already noticed the arrival of the experts. The leader laughed wildly. Once the reinforcements are here, you'll all die. How dare you kill so many people from the Hummer Gang? I'll let you taste the greatest pain in the world before you die. Zhongling's expression was ugly. She sensed that there was a divine soul realm expert among them. This was definitely not something she could fight against. Retreat. Zhongling didn't have time to think about the treasure. She waved her hand and ordered her subordinates to retreat. She didn't care about Ling Xiao's life anymore. He couldn't let all of his men die here just because of Ling Xiao. Seeing them leave, Ling Xiao sneered. The next moment, the leader swooped down to chase after Ling Xiao. But this guy never dreamed that this was the last thing he had to do in this world. Little Black suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the first master in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, the biggest problem was solved. We should go. Ling Xiao had everyone enter the Qinkuan world and use the Holy Ground demonic shadow. At the same time, he activated the light body Saint Rune and fled into the distance. Because they knew the enemy's reinforcements were coming, they chose different escape routes. Nothing happened on the way back to Martial City. Ling Xiao went straight to the Dragon Cave. When he arrived at the Dragon Cave, he found that some guys were actually plotting something outside the Dragon Cave. Fortunately, he set up a defensive formation and a maze before he left. Otherwise, the ninth squad would be in trouble. Who gave you the guts to ignore the rules? Ling Xiao shouted, causing those people to stop what they were doing. Their expressions were not good. When did the City Lord Qi Tianmei's promise become so worthless? Since you don't even listen to the City Lord, then I'll teach you bastards a lesson today. Ling Xiao, if you dare to touch us, the City Lord won't let you go. One of them shouted in horror. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, he was killed by Ling Xiao. Will the City Lord let you bastards break the rules of the City Defense Army? How dare you disrespect her? You're courting death. Ling Xiao was using the tiger's skin as a banner. He believed that Qi Tianmei would definitely not admit to such a shameless thing. This group of idiots was equivalent to being sold as cannon fodder. No matter how he taught them a lesson, Qi Tianmei would definitely not say a word. Spare us, platoon leader Ling Xiao, spare us. Hearing Ling Xiao's words and seeing Ling Xiao's tyranny, these people were really frightened. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. Hand over your storage rings and scram, Ling Xiao said coldly. They were just a group of cannon fodder. He was too lazy to kill them, so as not to cause a bad influence. After all, these people might become his cannon fodder in the future. Yes, yes, yes. No one dared to say a word. Facing the furious Ling Xiao, they did not want to die. Thus, they all handed over their storage rings. Ling Xiao roughly summed it up. These people added up to tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. The rest were all trash. It seemed that Martial City was not as rich as the Hummer Gang. Martial City's wealth was probably stored in the Hummer Gang. The Qi clan was indeed thoughtful, but it was a pity that Ling Xiao had benefited from it. Chapter 51-45. All right, now that there's no one to disturb us, the three of you should consume this 9 transformation body breakthrough elixir. I'll inscribe the Blood Justice Saint pattern for you guys. Then, cultivate in the Dragon Cave while I protect you. Also, call Han Yuan and Qin Chi out. These two are going to be important for the time being, so let's give them some benefits. When no one was around, Ling Xiao took out the elixir and gave it to Long Chun, Cold Plum, and Yufenghua. Then, he inscribed the Blood Justice Saint pattern on the three of them. The three of them entered the Dragon Cave to cultivate and called out Han Yuan and Chen Qi. Ling shouted the same thing to them again. It was still the same saying. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. The martial artists of the Empire of Tyrants were too far away to quench their immediate thirst. Ling Xiao had to find some people who could help him first. Ling Xiao didn't treat the other 10 martial artists of the 9th troop unfairly. It was just that it was a waste to give them the 9 transformation body breakthrough elixir. However, Ling Xiao still had a purple gold spirit gathering elixir. Its effect was much better than the spirit gathering elixir that Ling Xiao refined. He believed that these people would have continuous breakthroughs in their cultivation in the next few days. Of course, this kind of breakthrough wasn't stable. It would cause their foundation to be unstable. However, these people didn't care. They might not be able to raise their cultivation in their lifetime. Now that they had the chance to raise their cultivation, they wouldn't care even if there were flaws. After all, if they raised their cultivation to the early stage of the 8th level Divine Body Realm, they would still be stronger than a 7th level Divine Body Realm martial artist, even if their foundation wasn't stable. If he worked hard on his cultivation base in the future, he would be able to stabilize his unstable cultivation base. After helping others, Ling Xiao also engraved the blood-colored Saint Rune of Justice on himself. At the same time, he swallowed a 9 transformation body breakthrough elixir. Then, he entered the Dragon Cave to cultivate. When they returned from the mountain, it was already nighttime. The next morning, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. An even more powerful aura was emitted from his eyes. The rest of them stopped cultivating earlier than him. After all, not everyone could stay in the Dragon Cave like him and not be afraid of anything. Even with Long Chin's giant dragon body, he could only stay for 7 hours at most. Even so, everyone's cultivation had broken through one after another. Ling Zhao's cultivation rose from the late stage of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon to the pinnacle. His potential cells evolved once again, and the energy became even more condensed. Long Qin, Yu Fanghua, and Cold Plum's cultivation levels rose to the peak of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. And this was the situation where the effects of the medicine had not been completely absorbed. Han Yuan's cultivation level rose to the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. Chen Qi had risen to the peak of the 7th level of the divine body realm. The other 10 people's cultivation had also risen to the mid-stage of the 7th level divine physique echelon. This was because they could not continue to cultivate in the Dragon Cave. He believed that once the effects of the medicine were completely absorbed, these people's cultivation would increase even more. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a little depressed. His body and soul were too strong. Even if he absorbed all the medicinal effects of the pill, he would only be able to advance to the peak of the 6th level divine physique stage. It was still very difficult to break through to the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. However, he was better at breaking through during a battle. This was because he could stimulate the potential in his cells during a battle. He did not have to worry about this. At the very least, he, who was at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon, was not afraid of an opponent at the peak of the 8th level divine physique echelon. In addition to the help of the soul sword technique, his combat power was even stronger. Looks like we followed the right person. After staying in the martial city for so many years, our cultivation levels did not improve at all. Once platoon leader Ling Xiao came, our cultivation levels improved by leaps and bounds. It was right not to leave back then. Han Yuan and the others were very glad. Back then, the 9th platoon had more than 3,000 people. Only the 12 of them were left. They were originally worried, but they did not expect to see a light at the end of the tunnel. Everyone felt grateful to the point of shedding tears. Platoon leader, we won't say any words of gratitude. From today onwards, you're our second parent. Just a word from you, and we won't even bat an eyelid if you want us to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Han Yuan said excitedly. The others also nodded. There's no need to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. As long as you're loyal, there will be benefits in the future. All right, you guys can continue to cultivate. Try to completely absorb the effects of the medicine in these few days. At that time, even if the 9th platoon has fewer people, no one will dare to bully us. Ling Xiao smiled. Yes, everyone nodded. After healing the injuries on their bodies, they entered the Dragon Cave again. Ling Xiao did not plan to improve his cultivation level for the time being. Because he used the medicine to help him improve, he felt that his foundation was not stable, so he did not want to improve too quickly. He was different from the others in the 9th platoon. He was very ambitious, so he wanted to stabilize his foundation before continuing to improve. Next, he planned to study the 9-dragon sculpture. Previously, he did not have time to study it in detail due to the lack of time. Now, he had the chance. While Ling Xiao was studying the 9-dragon sculpture, Zhongling had already escaped back to the princess residence. What? You guys were fooled by that brat? Huang Shui's face was almost distorted. The assassins she had painstakingly trained for many years were killed, and she could not complain to anyone. The most depressing thing was that Zhongling, this idiot, helped Ling Xiao kill the Hummer gang, but did not get any benefits at all. Instead, she lost many of her experts. At this moment, her eyes were almost spewing flames. Zhongling was so scared that she did not dare to speak. After a long time, when Huang Shui gradually calmed down, Zhongling said, "If the experts of the Qi clan did not arrive, I would definitely be able to get half of the treasure from Ling Xiao. Forget it. At least it proves that the Hummer gang is related to the Qi clan. I don't know what the Qi clan is doing in secret. Father always thought that they were loyal and devoted, but now it seems that they are not." Huang Shui sighed softly. At this point, she knew that it was useless for her to be angry. Fortunately, it was not completely fruitless. In the end, the Qi clan was forced out. "The leader of the Hummer gang is not dead," Zhongling said. "I'm afraid he is already protected by the Qi clan. I believe that Ling Xiao could not have found all the treasures. We just need to catch the leader." In Zhongling's opinion, Ling Xiao and the others would definitely not be able to kill the leader. In addition, the Qi clan had helpers, so Ling Xiao could only escape. Moreover, she obviously did not know that Ling Xiao could steal other people's memories. She always felt that Ling Xiao could not have learned the location of the real treasure from the Hummer Gang. Unfortunately, all of this was just her wishful thinking. Send someone to secretly find the whereabouts of the leader of the Hummer Gang. Huang Shui felt that Zhong Ling's words were reasonable, so she ordered. No need. At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. Master. Huang Shui hurriedly bowed. Master, what do you mean? This old man also has spies in the Qi clan. The leader is dead, and not even his bones are left. A man who looked to be in his 20s walked in, but called himself this old man. It seemed that he was an old monster who had changed his appearance. Anyway, his strength was unfathomable. Chapter 51-46. The young old man looked at Huang Shui and said, You still underestimated that Ling Xiao. I advise you not to play any tricks. This time, send your strongest subordinate under the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon to deal with that Ling Xiao. If you don't kill him now, there will be trouble in the future. Working hard to update, please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update, please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, can you register as a member first? Register as a member and use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first so that you can read it later. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Summary: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake's broken bridge, full of treachery. Fate linked by a thread. The truth was close at hand. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address /33XS/31755/3/31755/3/content trial. Reading Chapter 001. Returning home in glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night mist curled up in spirals. An oil wall carriage approached from afar and sped on a small road in the countryside of Jiangnan. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Su character on the lanterns flickered. 33. The carriage was draped with light muslin curtains, and a coachman sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not making it dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road and could walk on it with his eyes closed. Therefore, the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtains swayed with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like an elegant swan. The girl on the left had white hair, and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the 3 of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The 3 ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Wan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. Suddenly, the frosty night sky changed from a cold pale white to a golden light, as if a sun that had been sealed for 10,000 years had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him, causing them to stand up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "Io!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard, and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the three of them were squeezed together. Although the three girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine. But if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. Old Huang, what's going on? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting followed. The three of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as though it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shockwave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, Old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove under the carriage. However, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The three beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared, and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few places in the distance were set on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state as it quietly shone on the three beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The orchid dew was like a crying eye. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a canopy, and the path was silent. The oily wagon stood there, and the two horses snorted blankly, as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time for Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf fairy, a young man waved a small fan and walked over slowly. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly. Brother Han? The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-neck robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as one was a man, they liked to wear flowers. The young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he wasn't smiling, there was a slight smile on his face. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person's name was Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department of the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. 33 people. Those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Nyoair who could control people or a slick person who knew how to steer according to the wind. However, when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He was eloquent, alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a commoner at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty were the best and wealthiest dynasty among all the dynasties. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you just wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a little urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankang city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han was impartial in his enforcement of the law and offended a big shot. It wasn't that he met a scoundrel with a strong background and couldn't continue working. It was because the head of the street department Master Li, liked him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rat society in Jiankong City and was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself, so how could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Shtou. She was born beautiful, but she didn't behave properly in the imperial examination. From the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had a few lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar called Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, one would rather marry a prostitute and live a good life than marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scapegoat for that surnamed Mu and be criticized behind his back. Therefore, Yang Han used all his means and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He refused to give in no matter what. However, he didn't know what was wrong with this Master Li's brain. He didn't understand the principle that forcefully twisted melons won't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to give in, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for him. They didn't expect that he would actually show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jow of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls love pretty boys. Who didn't love to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this shop. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup was full of ingredients. They were even willing to put a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and got busy. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a load. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a load and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the shop. He put down the carrying pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. Not really. I'm just indebted to our Jiankong Prefecture's magistrate, Master Li, for his appreciation. Now I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Io, that's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, you're now a steward in Master Li's estate. I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Master Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of, returning home in silken robes? Domain name, please remember _3, Southern Song Records forwarding address, /33xs/317/3/33xs/317/3175553/. Chapter 5147. In the dead of the night, the entire martial city fell into silence. Only the night watchman passed by on the streets. Even so, for safety's sake, Ling Xiao still entered the shadow dancer form. He was going to assassinate the martial city's city lord, Qi Tianmei. Once he was discovered, it would be very troublesome. After easily finding the city lord manor, Ling Xiao was preparing to look for Qi Tianmei's residence. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the courtyard. Ling Xiao scurried out without even thinking. Being discovered in someone else's territory was a very dangerous thing. Ling Xiao didn't return to the Dragon Cave, nor did he return to his residence. Instead, he came to a remote place in the city. That person also chased over. Sir, you came to visit the City Lord Manor in the middle of the night. Are you leaving without a cup of tea? The person who came was a middle-aged man. He had a smile on his face, but his strength was terrifyingly powerful. Although his cultivation was also peak 8th level divine physique echelon, his strength was more terrifying than Qi Heng's. You're quite hospitable. I won't hide it from you. The reason I went to the City Lord Manor was to kill Qi Tianmei, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Ling Xiao noticed that no one was following him, so he heaved a sigh of relief. Haha, you're quite confident. But if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Dragon scale art. The middle-aged man smiled. Suddenly, he urged his divine essence, and dragon scales grew all over his body. Although these dragon scales might not be comparable to a real divine dragon, it was of great help to his defense. Your Qi Tianmei's husband, dragon-scaled guest? Known as the strongest defense under the 9th level divine physique echelon? Ling Xiao heard people talking about this dragon-scaled guest before, but he had never seen him before. Seeing him today, he indeed lived up to his reputation. This dragon scale art's defense was extraordinary. Even the god-reversing art couldn't pierce through it. Oh, you actually know me. Who exactly are you? Dragon-scaled guest frowned. He really didn't expect that someone would be so daring to sneak into the City Lord Manor to assassinate City Lord Qi Tianmei. This kind of thing had never happened before. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you'll die. Qi Tianmei's rotten ideas were all thanks to you, right? Then I'll let you pay for the pain she caused me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Of course, he wouldn't easily reveal his identity. If he couldn't kill this dragon-scaled guest, then he would be exposed. Therefore, even if he wanted to reveal his identity, he would have to wait until the other party was dead. You sure are confident. The dragon-scaled guest sneered and suddenly launched an attack. A huge python appeared behind him. The python's body was covered in scales that were very similar to the scales on his body. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and his body shot out like a cannonball. It carried an incomparably terrifying impact force. They charged towards Ling Xiao. It was as if a ferocious dragon had opened its bloody mouth. The dragon-scale python had two scariest aspects. One was its defense, and the other was its venom. In the face of the dragon-scaled guest's all-out attack, even a 9th level divine physique echelon martial artist would have to avoid it and not dare to face it head-on. However, Ling Xiao did not back down. He stood there as if he didn't take the dragon-scaled guest seriously at all. He didn't even take half a step back. He just raised his right hand and released the power of the divine dragon bloodline. A golden divine dragon gradually condensed and took shape. Golden light flickered, and the divine dragon let out a low roar. Although it wasn't big, it was filled with terrifying pressure. Ling Xiao didn't move from beginning to end. He just looked at the dragon-scaled guest quietly. The golden divine dragon was churning in his palm, but he concealed it. He could only use this move once every 10 minutes. Once it failed, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to wait until the enemy was closer to him to ensure that he wouldn't miss before making the move. Finally, the dragon-scaled guest's attack was about to land on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his right hand, and the golden divine dragon shot out. It directly hit the dragon-scaled guest's head. Boom! A terrifying roar sounded. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. 19 Dragon's divine art actually turned the dragon-scaled guest into a bloody mist. It scattered all over the sky. Not even a corpse was left behind. This scene made Ling Xiao a little dazed as he watched. Wasn't this power a little too strong? Without using any Dharma treasure, just the power of one dragon annihilated the dragon-scaled guest with the strongest defense below the 9th level divine body realm. And there wasn't even a corpse left. Ling Xiao's body swayed, and he directly knelt on one knee on the ground. He hurriedly swallowed a pill to replenish his strength. Although his divine essence could be replenished with potential, his physical body couldn't do this. This move's consumption was really too terrifying. Of course, he didn't release its power. After recovering a little, Ling Xiao picked up the dragon-scaled guest storage ring on the ground and left. He couldn't stay here for long. If he was discovered, he might not be able to keep his life. Returning to the dragon cave, Ling Xiao checked the dragon-scaled guest storage ring. This guy was indeed Qi Tianmei's husband. Just the supreme-grade spirit stones in the storage ring alone had 100,000. Moreover, there was actually a complete set of soul sword technique. The incomplete soul sword technique was a third-level Saint-class soul secret technique, while the complete soul sword technique could reach 6th-level Saint class. It was a pity that there were still no clues about the second half of the Nine Dragons' divine art. But the dragon-scaled guest was dead, so Ling Xiao didn't dare to rush around recklessly anymore. Hence, he stayed in the dragon cave and cultivated the soul sword technique. Anyway, his soul rank had already reached the divine soul realm, and he could completely master a third-level Saint-class soul secret technique. He could also cultivate a 6th-level Saint-class soul secret technique. It was just that he couldn't completely master it. But even so, the power of the soul sword technique would also increase greatly. This was beyond doubt. In cultivation, time was the easiest to consume. When he was bitterly cultivating the soul sword technique, Qi Tianmei already discovered the disappearance of the dragon-scaled guest. She started to order the entire city to search for the whereabouts of the dragon-scaled guest. It even alarmed the Ninth Squad. Unfortunately, that dragon-scaled guest who didn't even have a corpse left, how could they possibly find him? No matter what, it was useless. Moreover, even that complete soul sword technique manual also disappeared. This made Qi Tianmei's heart even heavier. The city defense army has already searched the entire martial city with the help of the city governor's mansion soldiers, but they didn't find any trace of Uncle. It's as if he disappeared into thin air. I'm afraid he's most likely dead. In the city governor's mansion, Qi Heng said with a grim expression. Qi Tianmei's eyes released a ruthless killing intent. After a long silence, she said, "The soldiers guarding the city that day can prove that the dragon-scaled guest didn't leave the city. Now that a search of this scale can't find him, there's only one possibility. That is, he's already dead, and there's no corpse left." "Who's so daring to actually kill someone in Martial City?" Qi Heng said in surprise. "I'm not sure. Your uncle was a martial artist at the peak of the 8th-level Divine Body Realm. He was also known to have invincible defense under the 9th-level Divine Body Realm. Even if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he should be able to escape. The enemy was really terrifying. I can't think of who did it for now, but this person took away the soul sword technique manual. It'll be exposed sooner or later." Qi Tianmei said while gritting her teeth. "You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.